Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a king. Wait, no. There lived a queen. Oh, she was powerful and did all she could for her people. Sadly, the land suffered one problem after another. First came a drought that stole all water from the soil and all food from people's mouths. Then, in cruel irony, came a flood that ravaged homes and stole lives. A few months passed, and time brought with it an infection that spread through the village like wildfire. Each time something threatened her people, she stepped forward, fierce as a lioness to defend them. You see, our queen had a magical power in.
Stop! Queen, kingdom, power.
Who's going to watch all this?
I don't like this. I don't want to waste my time.
Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a queen. You see, the queen had a magic pearl in her hands.
Good morning and welcome to C News. This is Dia and these are the headlines.
Good morning to everyone present here. My name is Rishabh Shaju.
And my name is Aparna Rajesh.
And we will be your hosts for the day. On behalf of the Department of Media Studies, Christ University, I welcome you all to the day one of Media Meet 2021. Media Meet is an initiative that was first started by the Department of Media Studies in 2010 and has only gotten bigger and better with every passing year. This year's theme is Media Crisis, in which we will focus on how both internal and external crises, such as how the current pandemic affects and shapes the media. We also take pride in sharing that our academic collaborators for Media Meet 2021 are Florida State University College of Communication and Information and the UNESCO's Media and Information Literacy Alliance. Now, I invite Professor Padma Kumar, Head of the Department of Media Studies, Bangalore Central Campus, who is our pillar of strength and constant support system, to deliver the welcome address.
A very warm and pleasant morning to all of you attending this session. It's indeed a great joy to have the 12th edition of Media Meet launched today. Of course, these are very troubling times, and we get our daily dose of panic when we open the newspaper, when we watch the news, when we check on our Twitter or WhatsApp and all that. That's indeed true. But we should also remember that life has to move on, and there is a lot that needs to be done. Given this particular context, we in the Department of Media Studies decided that we must confront the crisis. We should dare to confront the crisis and have clarity and confidence in the kind of choices that we make. It is with this kind of an impetus that we decided to focus on media crisis, challenges, and choices, and have it as the theme for deliberation over the next 2 days, and also one on September 12th, when you're going to have the set of paper presentations to be attended to. So first, let's welcome the confrontation with the challenges, and ensure that we make good choices, and ensure that we progress and attend to the different demands that are on our side. I would also like to take pleasure in inviting our Dean of the School of Arts and Humanities, Dr. John Joseph Kennedy. Sir has been with Crises, sorry, for almost now 30 plus years, and has been doing yeoman service, not just for the school, but for the institution as such. And we faculty in the School of Arts and Humanities look up to Sir for all the administrative support that he offers and the kind of inspiration that he gives us with his own academic effort. So thank you so much, sir, for having joined us. I take pleasure in inviting you this morning. Next, I would like to invite our chief guest of the day, the keynote speaker, Paranjoy Guhathakur sir. Good morning, sir, and glad to see you here. And there is a lot that we can say about sir. I'm sure many of us are aware of what sir has been doing. He has put in almost 4 decades of journalistic service. He has been with the print industry for a very long time. He has also been into broadcast. Sorry, sir.
More than 4
yes,
decades.
sir, more than 4 decades. Yes, more than 4 decades. 1977, if I'm not mistaken. That's when you started. Am I right, sir?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So almost touching 40. Okay, great. So,
more than 44
sir,
years.
should
More
be
than
touching
44 years.
Wonderful. Okay. So, sir is going to touch almost 45 years in a very short span of time. And it's not just about being in the print industry. He has been in the broadcast industry. He is now venturing into digital news platforms and doing some delightful work over there. And apart from that, he has also made documentary films. He has authored more than 6 books, and he is someone whom anybody in journalism ought to follow very rigorously. And more importantly, it's not just for carrying information and presenting it to people. He is someone who looks at the health of democracy and takes up a lot of positions that are in favor of our common well-being. Thank you so much, sir, for all your services. And we are happy and honored to welcome you this morning. Thank you very much, sir. Let me also take the pleasure
Thank you so much. It's my honor, my privilege, Professor Padma Kumar.
Thank you, sir. And let me also take this opportunity to welcome Aparna and Apurva, our Media Meet conveners of 2020. In fact, it was in 2020 we made a huge call to go online and make it international and have it for 3 days. And when such a new venture was being taken up, we had to have 2 students who are vibrant and who have this take charge attitude and ensure that everything happens to the way in which we envision it. And Aparna and Apurva were the ones who did that with a team of other students and guided by a very enterprising set of faculty. So we are having them here for this session. So warm welcome to Aparna and Anjali. And let me also, sorry, Apurva and Anjali. Thank you for the correction there. And let me invite the conveners of Media Meet 2021, Dr. Ajay Kumar and Dr. Kannan. They have been the architects of Media Meet 2021, and for almost 2.5 months, I don't think they would have had any other thought other than ensuring that Media Meet 2021 happens in the best way possible. So on behalf of the rest of the organizing team and the participants, let me welcome both of you, sirs. And they have been ably supported by Dia Kurian and Dishant Rajshekhar, the student conveners of Media Meet 2021. Warm welcome to both of you. And you've put in all the efforts. For sure, these 2 days would be something that allows a lot of very meaningful academic and professional deliberations. So warm welcome to both of you. And it's my pleasure to invite all my dear colleagues from the Department of Media Studies from both the Central Campus and the Banagada Campus, and also all academicians from Christ and also from other institutions who are attending this meeting. And apart from that, all the participants who have come from India and abroad. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and a very, very warm welcome to all our dear students. It is in you that we have a hope of a better future for us, for our society, and for the world at large. So I hope you would make use of the opportunity that is being presented to you, and let's grow together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome and also for introducing Media Meet to our audience. Now, we will have the concept note by our faculty convener for Media Meet 2021, Dr. Ajay Kumar. who is the head of the Department of Media Studies from the Bannerghatta campus. Over to Ajay, sir.
In the past months, has it suddenly occurred to you that this whole pandemic could be a dream, a nightmare? That you would wake up and everything would be all right, that you would not have to think about getting infected because you received a parcel from a delivery person, that you would be able to lose yourself in the fictional French city in Wes Anderson's upcoming A French Dispatch in the cinema theater without minding the vacant seat next to you in October this year, that you would be able to plan a trip without any guilt or fear. I'm sure most of us must have had these feelings. For the last few days, I have also been overly thinking about the one question that has baffled human beings for a long time. What is my purpose here? Does anything that I do have any meaning, and so on? Symptoms of what is called the existential crisis. I don't know if it's the midlife crisis hitting, or is it the life, or rather the lack of it in the lockdown. Besides making chefs and bakers out of people, the pandemic has also made philosophers out of them, it seems. On another note, it's not surprising that Merriam-Webster's word of the year for 2020 was pandemic. With the kind of unprecedented year that it was, Oxford declared that no single word could sum up 2020. However, obviously enough, social distancing, coronavirus, lockdown, doom scrolling, super spreader, and other epidemiological terms consisted of a large chunk of their words of the year report. At the same time, there are others like Ariana Huffington who have gone on to express their disagreement and have pitched resilience as their own word of the year. What I have just shared with you all are not random thoughts, but motivations that have gone behind the organizing of Media Meet 2021. The theme for this year is Media/Crisis. That's the plural of crisis, highlighting that the challenges that we as a community of professionals concerned with media face is not one, but many. With the multi-pronged crisis posed by the pandemic made the importance of media evident of all sections of the society. They also resulted in the media being put to scrutiny like never before. At the same time, almost every section of media, film, television, advertising, music, gaming, print, and digital, were faced with their own challenges, and they came up with their own solutions. Not all solutions were equally considerate of the media workers, though. While the streaming media experienced a staggering rise of consumption, user base, and profits, news workers were faced with layoffs and cutbacks. Media Meet 2021 attempts to bring together the stakeholders, including those from the media industry and the academia, to comprehend the breadth of the repercussions and to conceive ideas that could make the media industries more resilient. It was difficult to cover all the various industries within the larger media sector in a span of 2 days. However, we have managed to incorporate discussions by eminent media professionals on media education, journalism, advertising, public relations, cinema, television, and health communication, among others. From the abstracts that we have received for the research paper presentations scheduled on September 11th, 2021, we gather that a lot more diverse issues will be covered. Despite the existential dread that the media industry itself and many of us individually might be going through, we need to remain hopeful in the spirit of the Austrian psychiatrist, philosopher, and a Holocaust survivor, Viktor Frankl, who in his classic book, Man's Search for Meaning, writes, "When we can no longer change the situation, we are challenged to change ourselves." With these words, I welcome you all to these 2 days of deliberations on ways to challenge ourselves, to change, or rather evolve ourselves and the media for a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay. I would now like to call the Dean of School of Arts and Humanities, Dr. John Joseph Kennedy, who has given us tremendous support and inspiration to address the audience about Media Meet 2021.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I hope you can hear me. Yeah, thank you. Dear esteemed chief guest, Mr. Pranjoy Guhatahurta, Professor Padma Kumar, head of the department, Central Campus, Media Studies Department, Dr. Ajay Kumar and Dr. Kannan, faculty conveners, student conveners, members of faculty, participants from different parts of the world. Very, very good morning to all of you. I'm indeed delighted to be part of this edition of Media Meet, the 12th edition, as it was mentioned before. We started this in 2010, and it has been growing steadily, and every year, it becomes bigger and better. So that's a very good sign. I'm really happy, as the dean of the school, to witness this tremendous growth, right? So this is again an international conference, as we did last year as well, which indeed elicited a very, very good response. So thank you to the organizers, particularly the department heads, the two campuses put together, working very hard to take this forward. So congratulations. So let me place on record my sincere gratitude, to all of you for this. And I'm also particularly happy to be part of this because, again, we have a very, very eminent journalist today with us. Mr. Paranjoy has been to Christ before. I remember listening to him. He's a very, very effective, powerful speaker who is very forthright, doesn't mince words, right? Very straightforward. So I'm really looking forward to listening to him once again. And as always, the Media Studies Department has chosen to discuss very important issues. This time also the theme is quite an interesting one, the way I see it, media/crises, challenges and choices. I think, it aptly describes the hard realities and the harsh realities, of life, the kind of experiences that we have, not just because of the pandemic. Of course, pandemic perhaps has complicated things further, but even otherwise, all right, these are very, very difficult situations, that we have, not just in India, but, world over. And therefore, when we come across these challenges, what are the choices that we are expected to make? Very informed kind of decisions and choices that both journalists as well as the public, will have to make. So I think it describes, the problems that all of us face today, right? Media per se is in critical condition, right? It is in crisis. And it faces a lot of its own problems. Challenges are always there. And journalists and media houses, therefore, are called upon every minute, all right, that they are in the field or, in their offices. Every minute, they're called upon to make very, very important choices, and sometimes very difficult ones, I understand. So I'm sure, this conference is going to discuss, the kind of problems that we're facing, and perhaps, how we need to also overcome, these challenges. And when we talk about challenges, I was just thinking, there are lots of external challenges, no doubt about it. We have the government, for instance, which poses a lot of, difficulties, problems to media houses, to journalists, because they are the power centers, all right? And then we have the politicians, we have business houses, and today we all know that most of the media houses are being controlled, by large, business houses, large corporations. And of course, we also have powerful individuals, who have a lot of say, right? And they also control. So a lot of external, controlling mechanisms, that we need to contend with, no doubt about it. Apart from this, we also have the internal challenge. All right. And I'm just, thinking about it, a little more deeply. All right. At this point in time, right. Apart from the external challenges, the internal challenge for me is a little more important. The knowledge, or the realization, that journalism can never be completely objective, is something that I think all young aspiring journalists, will have to first understand, all right, because we all, enter this field. I know, I mean, I've spoken to a lot of students, they come with all kinds of dreams and aspirations. They want to change the world, they want to make a difference, and then they have their own role models in the field of journalism, right? So they come with a lot of interest and dreams and aspirations. But what happens in the long run, or even after a few years when you interact with them, you realize that they get a little disillusioned, all right? Because the hard realities, strike them hard, hit them so hard that they lose sometimes, the interest with which, or the enthusiasm with which they began. And of course, there are many reasons for this, all right? I'm sure, our teachers have taught us, so many things about, what news, what constitutes news, who determines, what news is, so on and so forth. All right. What is news? All right. Who decides what is news? Obviously, we have our own hierarchical, structures in all organizations, and more often than not, these are things decided by our own superiors. All right. How should it be reported even? All right. The kind of language that we use, the kind of vocabulary that we use, what is the kind of diction, that should be used? All this, to a large extent, is decided by our own superiors. So in that sense, what I'm trying to say is, the construction, of what reality is sometimes thrust on us by somebody else. And this comes in conflict, with our own construction of, reality. And this is a major dilemma, that all of us go through, right? Because we also have our own constructed realities as individuals, our own subjectivities. And no doubt, that our writings are shaped and influenced, by these constructions. And then when we report certain things, sometimes these constructions are further, getting modified, by our bosses' interpretation or understanding of his or her own constructed worldviews. So very often we're asked this question: where is the objectivity in all this? All right, I don't know. All right, I have no answers, to this. Perhaps, Mr. Parajoy would be able to shed some light on this, right? But what I'm trying to tell you is, it is a myth actually in journalism, that there is complete kind of objectivity. I don't think anyone today, believes, that there is complete objectivity. But what is more important as, journalists and the public, who are consumers, of what is being given to us every day? Awareness. All right. I think for me, that is a very key word. All right. Awareness of what we are doing. And if that awareness is there, I feel to a large extent, we can minimize, the level of subjectivity in our perception of things and in our reporting of things. I think that is the most important internal challenge, that I want you to remember here. And that is why I say the choice that we make, is going to be very, very crucial. All right. So this puts the onus on individual journalists, right? I mean, the individual responsibility becomes very, very important. So I hope while discussing, the external challenges that are huge, especially in today's context, we also look into some of these internal dilemmas and challenges that we are likely to face. And I hope the Media Meet 2021 will take all these factors into account, deliberate on how to, or to what extent can the media faithfully, honestly discharge its duties, obligations, because there's a lot of moral responsibility, that journalists are required to, exercise today, right? So I know, even as I say that there's no one answer, but we need to, make attempts, right? And this, I think, 2021 Media Meet is one such attempt, and this is a good forum to make a beginning. So wishing all of you, everybody who is involved in the Media Meet 2021, all the student conveners, particularly because I know you've been working very hard, and the faculty conveners and the departments involved, and of course the participants, wishing all of you a very fruitful and a meaningful engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. John Joseph Kennedy, for those valuable words. Now, it is with much honor that I invite Apurva Balaraju and Anjali Sharma, the student coordinators of Media Meet 2020. Apurva and Anjali headed the Media Meet team of 2020, that is last year, and it is a great pleasure to be able to hear from them this year. Over to you, Apurva and Anjali.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to Media Meet 2021. I'm Anjali Sharma.
And I'm Apurva Balaraju, and we were the student representatives of Media Meet 2020. Time has flown by so fast, and we can't believe the department's already hosting Media Meet 2021. Media Meet has always been a special event for the students and the teachers of the Media Studies department at Christ deemed to be University.
In its 12th edition, Media Meet has seen exponential growth over the years and has been a huge learning opportunity for the department, the students, the guests, and the speakers attending this session.
Over the years, we've focused on themes like big data, cinema, media ethics, media literacy, and many more, where industry experts and academic experts have always been eager to share their knowledge with not only the students, but with the people of interest from the country and across the globe.
With the main focus on academic and industrial field of media, we have had plenary talks, panel discussions, workshops, paper presentations by experts in those fields.
After volunteering in Media Meet 2019, we were more than excited and eager to participate in Media Meet 2020. But we were faced with challenges that no one had anticipated. But in the end, we welcomed the virtual world with open arms.
Because of this new online world, we were able to use it to our best and go beyond our own limits and horizons and have guests across the globe.
Student body has always been the core strength of Media Meet, and it has never been just a fest, but a place for growth in knowledge, experiences, connections, and unbreakable relationships among the students, the faculties, and the guests of Media Meet.
What we think is learning should never cease to stop, and we have our own pandemic situation, so we should go beyond this and we should work it out. And with this, Media Meet is back with a new theme, with a new session, which will be very relevant during these times. And with that, we would like to welcome you all to Media Meet 2021. Rishabh, over to you.
Thank you, Apurva and Anjali, both for sharing your experiences with all of us, and also for recounting the immense joy that comes with both hosting and participating in Media Meet. Moving on, I now invite the Christ Choir from the Bangalore Central Campus to capture our audience with their melodious music.
Once was a kingdom in fairest of lands, fed by a river so true. And all of the kingdom drew life from its waters, and beauty and wisdom it grew.
For high in the mountains, the tiniest brook gave its life to a stream. The streams flowed together and came to
Wow. Thank you so much, Christ Choir, for that wonderful and mesmerizing performance. You have brought an auspicious glow to our event. We would also like to welcome Dr. Father Biju K. Chako, who is the founder of Media Meet, the course coordinator of MA Media and Communication Studies, and the director of the Banarghata campus. He has always been the backbone of Media Meet and brought the event thus far ahead. Now, we have a small promo video for our next session, which is the keynote address. It's now time for the keynote address of Media Meet 2021. For the address, we have with us Shri Poronjoy Guha Thakurta. The moderator for this session is Dr. Naresh Rao. Dr. Naresh Rao is currently working as an associate professor in the Department of Media Studies, Christ deemed to be University. He has a PhD in communication from Bangalore University, from where he also received his MS in communication. Naresh Rao joined the then Christ College as a lecturer in 1993 in the Department of Journalism. His current research interests include social media, political communication, branding, media ethics, and films. He has 12 research papers to his credit and 2 books, one on journalism and the other on media laws. Presently, he is finishing a major research project on the role of social media during the 2019 Indian general elections, and also working on a book project called New Populism and Responses in the 21st Century as a section editor for the New Media track. We request all our participants to please put in the queries and questions in the chat box. We will be taking them up in the end. Over to you, Dr. Naresh Rao, for introducing our speaker for the day.
Thank you and good morning. I think it's my immense pleasure to both welcome Mr. Poronjoy Guha Thakurta to Media Meet 2021 and also to introduce him formally. As you already have been told, Poronjoy Guha Thakurta is a multifaceted person. He is a journalist, a writer, and a documentary filmmaker. He started his education in Calcutta and was schooled at the La Martiniers, and then he moved on to St. Stephen's College, Delhi, for his undergrad studies. He also got his master's from the Delhi School of Economics, and as you've already been told, it was 1977 that he was at the crossroads, and his thought was whether to take on the role of a lecturer or join journalism. And it was our, I think, fortune that Mr. Poronjoy Guha Thakurta chose to be a journalist. And for 30 years, he was in the print media, starting with Business India, Business World, then moved on to Telegraph, India Today, and The Pioneer. He's also done a chat show, India Talks on CNBC, India. Some 1,400 episodes came out. As already mentioned, he's also into documentary filmmaking. His documentary Cold Curse that came out in 2013 was, I think, a very interesting, but also a very insightful account into the Indian mining, coal mining industry. He went on to become the editor of Economic and Political Weekly in 2016. But the article on the way that the present government policies benefited the Adani Group, I think was the reason why Mr. Poranjay Guha had to resign from EPW in 2017. Later, also, Poranjay Guha has written quite a few books. His book, The Media Ethics, Truth, Fairness, and Objectivity, is something that personally I have used in my classes on media ethics, and this is something that I think is one of the best books for our media education. He's also written books on the kind of crony capitalism that is flourishing in this country. Gas was crony capitalism, and the Ambanis in 2014, and Sue's a Messenger with Sudhir Ghosh in 2016. His recent book, The Real Face of Facebook in India, with Cyril Sam. By the way, Cyril Sam will also be here tomorrow. He will be part of the journalism panel discussion. There's one more very important thing that I will have to mention here. As chairperson of the Press Council's appointed subcommittee to look into the malice of paid news way back in 2009, Mr. Poranjay Guha conducted a inquiry and came out with the findings, which unfortunately were diluted, and I think he will maybe in the course of his talk allude to these also. Finally, I think one thing that I need to add here is the fact that all of us in the media education field are very proud of the fact that Poranjay Guha has basically in the last 44 years been a kind of a trendsetter in trying to bring about change in the field of journalism specifically, and that has helped us to understand the real purpose behind journalism. And today, I think we'll be privileged to hear from the man himself. Over to you, Mr. Poranjay Guha.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Naresh Rao. And I want to thank everybody at Christ, Bangalore, for giving me this honor, this privilege. Dr. John Joseph Kennedy, Professor Padma Kumar, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Dr. Kannan S. And most of all, Rishabh, Apurva, Anjali, and Dia. I must admit that I've disappointed Dia because being technologically challenged, I was unable to put the virtual screen of Media Meet to 2021 behind me. So you can just see a part of the map of India and a part of a picture of the father of the nation. So my apologies, Dia. I need to do something which I have not been able to do correctly. Dr. Rao and everybody and that promo, I'm flattered. I'm honored at all the kind words and all the compliments that have been showered on me. I surely don't deserve all of them. And there is an old saying in Hindi and Bangla. Bangla is my mother tongue. Hindi is my third language. Nazar lag jayega. That means people will, you draw too much attention to yourself, and that's bad. So I will try and avoid drawing attention to myself, including the report on paid news for the Press Council and the circumstances which led me to resign from the Economic and Political Weekly, and try and focus on the topic, because the topic is huge. When you talk about the different kinds of crises, not crisis, but crises in plural, which the media across the world and also in India is currently going through. And again, I don't know whether I should say is or are, because the word media is supposed to be a plural form of medium. But you have the written word, you have the spoken word, you have the audio visual medium, and the social media. And I'll try and talk a little bit about all of these. Dr. Naresh, kindly tell me if my time, it's now 10:15. May I spend 15 minutes giving an overview of what's happening across the world?
Definitely.
15 minutes about what is happening in India, and then the last 15 minutes looking at the challenges that lie ahead of us. And after 11 o'clock, I'll be happy to take questions from the audience, from you and from anybody else. Is this all right?
Definitely. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. As I repeat myself, the subject is huge. So I will necessarily have to be, I'm speaking extempore without notes. So, and I'm aware that everything I say is being recorded and perhaps subsequently immortalized on YouTube. So I want to be very precise in what I have to say. And then during the question answer session, I can try and elaborate on some of the points that have been made. The different kinds of crises in the media there are certain aspects and elements of this crisis which is global, which is international. And they were also relevant to India. And there are certain aspects of these crises that are unique to India. And that's because India is unique in more ways than one. And then to look at the challenges that lie ahead of us. Now, if I can briefly encapsulate what is new and what is old. We could keep talking about the traditional media, the traditional so-called mainstream media, and the new media, the internet. When you look at the internet, really, the internet is relatively young. When you go back in time and go back to Gutenberg in the centuries ago, the printing press, and look at where we are today. The transformation has been amazing. And today we live in a planet with somewhere in the region of more than 7 billion people. And close to two-thirds of this planet have used the internet. Certainly at least once. Now that remaining 1/3 that hasn't, and that would include children, people without access to computers, access to internet facilities, extremely poor, underprivileged sections of the population. Even that section of the world's population is being impacted by the internet. I'll just give you an example. You have a very, very poor person in India who does not have a mobile, who has never used the internet. She or he needs an Aadhaar card, needs to get rice or wheat or some other ration or chickpeas or gram from a shop. Has a bank account that has been opened under a government scheme, but she or he cannot read or write. Therefore, has to go to another place to get not just an Aadhaar card, but to use the banking facility. So even if you don't have a mobile phone, you don't have access to the internet, your life is still being impacted by the internet. I'm going to talk a lot later in this discussion about India and what is unique about India and the penetration of the internet into Indian society. But all I wanted to say by way of a general statement is that none of us imagined even 20 years ago. Even 20 years ago, we did not imagine that the internet would impact our lives in the way it has at present. Yes, there is a digital divide. There are parts of the world where relatively fewer people are impacted and more people are there. There are parts of the world where almost the entire population is not just linked to the internet, but it's always on, and it's like broadband. It's high-speed internet, 24/7. Now, any of you who are interested in looking at how this has spread across the globe, I would recommend that you go to a website called World Internet Statistics. And you'll see the different planets. There are 200 countries on this planet. And you'll see how the internet has penetrated different parts of the world. And you'll see the digital divide. You'll see it in a continent like Africa, which has 54 countries. And you'll see there are certain parts of Africa which have very high internet connectivity and other parts which have not. If you look at the two most populous countries in the world, India and China, you'll find that in China, there's a higher proportion of the population that's linked to the internet, well over 2/3. In India, it's a little below that. But soon, India is going to become the most populous country in the world. Not very long. All demographers say in the very near future, some people will say 5 years, some people will say 8 years, some people will say 10 years, that there'll be more people in India than in the People's Republic of China. So when you're just looking at sheer numbers, you're looking at huge numbers. I'm going to come back to some of these issues a little later. So what has changed about the media? Yes, reading. People are reading. Of course, people are reading. But people are reading less and less on pieces of paper and more on screens. Now, that has its own implications, but it's a senior citizen like me. I'm about to turn 66. I still love the touch and the feel of a book. I'm a publisher of books. I published 26 odd books. I've written or co-authored 7 of them. So I like the touch and the feel of it. Now, I'll just give you a little anecdote to highlight a bigger issue, and I'm going to come back to where I was talking about the impact of the internet on human society. Roughly a year ago, when the first wave of the pandemic was receding, an old fogey like me walked into a bookshop. And I said, I saw a book. I've been reading about the book on the net. It was about a relative of the former president of the United States of America, Donald Trump. Her name is Mary Trump. And then she wrote a book about, how my family, created the world's most dangerous man on the planet's most dangerous man. And I'd been reading little reviews and little excerpts. And here I saw this book. And I said, okay, let me pick it up. I took out the money. If I remember correctly, it was 699 rupees. So I paid that money and I took the book and I said, I'll read it. I must read this book. After all, the most powerful man, because Donald Trump was still the president of the United States at that point of time. Within the next few days, on my WhatsApp, I'd received from three separate people, PDFs of that same book. So I'm a bloody fool, am I? I spend 700 rupees to purchase a book, and here I get it free. 3 people have sent it to me. I'm not sure the 3 people knew one another, but it came to me. It's called piracy. This is not new. Piracy is very old. And pirates only pick the most popular works, whether it be books, whether it be films, whether it be songs, whether it be music. So if there are 100 songs that are being recorded, and 2 are very, very popular, the pirates will first pirate those 2 and steal the copyright. Same with the books. The books that are being popular, the books that are popular are going to be pirated and pirated first. So what does this mean for the intellectual property rights of the music, the writer, the singer, the composer, any of them? Now, your generation, the students of Christ, you haven't paid for your music. My generation, we paid for our music. We would go to the music store and we would spend the pocket money that we would earn, and we would buy first a vinyl disc and then an audiovisual cassette, an audio cassette, and then a compact disc, and thereafter it was VCD, video compact discs, and then it was a DVD, a digital video disc, and then thereafter We would get, and now everything is digitized. Now, what does this mean? Intellectual property rights, copyright, brands. Are these as important in the world of the media as it is, say, in the world of pharmaceuticals, the medicine, the world of medicine? This is a huge question today across the globe. Because what happened to Mary Trump's book is not unique, or nor is it unique to me. But what is the difference? The sheer speed, the sheer skill at which not only our works, whether it be the written word, the spoken word, or the audiovisual medium, they are pirated and distributed and disseminated. The speed and the scale is mind-boggling. It's never happened before. Who could have imagined 20 years ago that you would carry in the palm of your hand your daily newspaper, your weekly magazine, your book, your radio station, your television channel, your film, and more, your camera, and more? You can buy a ticket to go somewhere, fly somewhere, take a bus, hire a vehicle. These days, not that many people are watching films in a cinema hall, but you can book a ticket for a cinema hall. You can purchase things. You can purchase not only things from your neighborhood store, you can go ahead and gift something to a friend who might be located thousands of miles away. So the internet has changed human society in ways that we could never have imagined, and at an incredibly rapid pace. Now, this has had a huge impact on the media. Newspapers are shutting down. Newspapers continue to shut down. Radio stations, yes and no. People continue to hear. The radio has certain advantages that other media don't have. It's the only media that you can consume while you're driving a bicycle, driving a car, running, jogging, cutting vegetables, having a bath. And of course, there is, the audiovisual media. Now, I can go back in time and go step by step and look at everything, but today, because I don't have the time, I will merely flag 3 or 4 points. Much of the mainstream media, so-called mainstream media, much of the so-called legacy media, they depended on advertisers, on advertising. And many of the large media organizations, you'll find 90, 95, 99% of their total income would be coming from advertisers, sponsors. But that meant also, he who pays the piper calls the tune. The advertiser would also determine or have an influence, sometimes overt, sometimes covert. For instance, just a trivial example. Coca-Cola is a big advertiser on your media channel, or your media platform, or your newspaper, or your magazine, or whatever. Now, if you say, here is a study which shows that the Coca-Cola that has been produced has been laced with insecticides, pesticides, and that's not good for your health. Okay, you publish that. Will you continue publishing it? Coca-Cola says, I'm going to withdraw the ads. So when you depend on advertisers, the advertisers have an influence on the editorial content, on what you read, what you watch, what you hear. This is also, and this is where, when I come to India, I'm going to tell you, the dependence on the government and government advertising has gone up in India. And this is also an important reason why you see such a large section of the media in India so subservient, so supine, so blind in praising the government, and so parsimonious in criticizing the government. And this is where I'm moving from the world to India. Yes, dependence on advertising and advertising-driven media started coming down, first with television, certainly the internet. 13 years ago, the Great Recession saw advertising incomes or advertising expenditure across the globe coming down or stagnating or certainly not going up at the pace it had. All of this had a huge impact on the media. But what you also saw that monetizing your content on the media became that bigger challenge. And this is something I'm going to come back to over and over again. You don't want to pay for what you read. I mentioned earlier, you don't want to pay for what you hear, the music you want to hear. So who pays the writer? Who pays the editor? Who pays the photographer? Who pays the composer? Who pays the singer? Who pays the graphic artist? Does she or he have to give everything free? Then how does she or he support her or his family? How are the home fires burning if everybody wants everything free? So are you willing to pay for your content? Are you willing to pay for quality content? This is the biggest challenge. It is a huge challenge across the world and also in India. Because people want everything free. And if you want everything free, you're going to get a lot of trash. You're going to get a lot of fake news. You're going to get a lot of pornography because it's coming to you free and you don't know how it is being produced. All you know that you as a consumer, you're getting it free. Look, India is unique. We're the only country in the planet with 17 languages on our currency note. There are 5 languages which are there in the 8th schedule of the Constitution of India, which are not there because they have a common script. And there's 1 language which is not there in the 8th schedule of the Constitution of India, which is there on the currency note, and that's English, the language I'm using to communicate with you. And that's because of the legacy, the colonial legacy, and therefore it was kept out of the 8th schedule. People ask, what is India's national language? Some people say Hindi. Oh my God, no. We have 21 quote unquote national languages. We have a Rashtra Bhasha. We have one Raj Bhasha or a few Raj Bhashas and 21 Rashtra Bhashas. So language, this is a subject of a bigger discussion or a bigger presentation or some other point of time. But one of the most unique aspects of India is its linguistic diversity, its cultural diversity, its religious diversity, its geographical diversity. It is diverse, its heterogeneous is plural. More plural, I would argue, than any other country on the planet. But does the media reflect this heterogeneity? Answer no. Does the media reflect the diversity of this great nation of ours? Answer no. Because the corporate media, the government-funded media, the profit-making media, the media that's more interested in making big bucks out of you or treating you more like a consumer instead of a citizen, they would do the reverse. They would tend to homogenize. They would try and present that homogeneous, not a diverse reality, a homogeneous reality. Heterogeneity as opposed to homogeneity. That is one of the major drawbacks of the media in India. The other drawback, as I mentioned a little while ago, is that in the recent past, and particularly after the pandemic, the dependence on government advertising has gone up. Now, you see, the pandemic has changed the world media. I mean, it was the Director General of the World Health Organization who used the word infodemic. It's not just a pandemic, the infodemic. So I'm going to come a little bit later to the fake news, the false news, and how it has devastated lives. The sheer volume of half-truths, of untruths, of biased information, of propaganda that has flooded your screens is unprecedented. Again, propaganda is not new. Fake news is not new. Fake information is not new. Forgeries, piracy, none of this is new. But the sheer scale, the sheer speed, the sheer volume at which today you are being bombarded with false, fake, half-true information is unprecedented. Never happened in the history of humankind. Return to India. Yeah, we are unique even in terms of the media. We still have about 100,000 publications registered with the Registrar of Newspapers of India. We are unique in terrible ways. We are the only one of the 200 countries on the planet Earth who claim we are not just a democracy, we are the world's largest democracy, where news and current affairs on the radio is still a monopoly of the government of India. Imagine. You have hundreds and thousands of privately owned FM radio stations and community radio stations. But All India Radio, Akashvani, Prasar Bharati has a monopoly on news and current affairs. So people get around this in devious ways in between, RJs get around this in devious ways in trying to provide you information. Now, this is amazing considering that this is India. India is unique in more ways than one. In 1991, when the phase of economic liberalization, globalization started in India, we had one broadcaster, Doordarshan, Prasar Bharati. It was in 1994 that the first privately owned news channel entered the fray. And before that, there was Star, satellite television, Asia region, there was MTV, etc., etc. From one broadcaster, today we are the only country in the world where the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has given permission, uplinking and downlinking permission to 900 television channels from across the world. And out of them, roughly half, about 300, 400 of them, roughly 400 of them, claim they are news and current affairs channels. But what you get to see on the screen, is it either news or current affairs? Is it propaganda? Is it entertainment? Is it edutainment? Is two snakes getting married big news? Look what the media did to the death of Sushant, after the death of Sushant Singh Rajput. Just one example. Look at the way the media handles information in its desperate grab, in its desperate attempt to grab your eyeball. Today, you know that this whole television rating system, this television audience measurement system is not just inadequate, it's not just flawed, it's corrupt. It's manipulated and corrupt. You needed one Arnab Goswami and one Republic Television to tell you the criminal cases are pending in Mumbai. But when you have a population which is as diverse as India, when you have television having penetrated and internet having penetrated to so many households, measuring audiences. Why is audience measurement important? Because then the advertisers know where to advertise or not to advertise. The whole system is corrupt, manipulated, flawed, inadequate. This is a subject of a separate lecture, which I'll be happy to give you, should Christ want me to give it to the management students. Now, what else is unique about India? Today, India has roughly 1.35 billion, 135 crore people, roughly. More or less, yes. Soon we'll overtake China, as I mentioned earlier. 1.35 billion, 135 crore. How many SIMs are there in India? Any of you have bothered to check that out? Go to the website of the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. That is TRAI, T-R-A-I. What is a SIM? A subscriber identity module. It's a little chip inside your mobile phone. When I last checked, earlier this year, there were 115 crore, 1.15 billion SIMs in the country. What does this mean? That in most parts of India, there are more SIMs than human beings. Or many parts of India, and not just cities like Bengaluru, or Delhi, or Kolkata, or Mumbai, or Hyderabad, or Chennai, or wherever. It's even gone to the smaller towns, not just the smaller towns, even the villages. Now, just because you have 115 crore or 1.15 billion SIMs, it doesn't mean that that many mobile phones. Now, these are not precise estimates, but what are called guesstimates, GUESSTIMATES. Most guesstimates will say there are about 750 odd mobile phones in the country at present, cellular phones. Many of them have 2 SIMs. That's not all. Out of these, roughly half, maybe a little more than half, are supposed to be smartphones, internet-enabled phones. That means they are enable you to access the internet. Why do I come across this figure? WhatsApp claims it has more than 400 million users, more than 40 crore users in India. It's the biggest market for WhatsApp. It's a free end-to-end encrypted messaging service on the planet. China, of course, doesn't have WhatsApp. So what we have to understand, and this is where we have to put India in that global context over and over again, is that today the internet, which was supposed to democratize society, which was supposed to empower the underprivileged, which was supposed to weaken autocracies, have actually become not just a part of the status quo of human society, they are controlled by a few giant monopolies. It's oligopolistic in structure. FAA or AAA, it used to be AAA, FAANG, Facebook, Apple, Alphabet. Alibaba is now in a bad shape. Netflix, Google. Take Alphabet. Alphabet is what Google, including Google, what else? YouTube. Most importantly, Alphabet Incorporated, the group of companies, controls or is the owner of your Android operating system on your mobile phone. And most phones in the world use Android operating systems. Only a relatively small number use Apple, the Apple operating systems. This is Alphabet for you. Also Google. And Google itself has some, it controls what you hear, what you watch, what you see. Take the case of Facebook. It's a young company, very young. It's not Facebook that we're talking about alone. It's Instagram. It's WhatsApp. Then you have Apple. Then you have Microsoft. These are the biggest corporate conglomerates on the planet today. Yeah, China has shut them out. Not India. These giant companies, whether you like it or not, they are having a huge influence on what you read, what you watch, what you hear. It's not just what you wear, what you eat, what films you watch, what music you like. You will realize that they are trying to control your mind, your behavior, your political preferences, your choices about what to do and what not to do. They are trying and anticipate your behavior. That's the new business model. They're private profit-making entities. They're profit-maximizing entities. Those who are interested in the subject, there is a thick book, Shoshana Zuboff. You must read it. It's called The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. You must read it. It's a thick book. It's intimidating, but it's an amazing book. Those of you who have focused on the audio-visual, on the screen, on Netflix, go and watch a film called The Social Dilemma. Dr. Zuboff, Professor Zuboff features in that. The Social Dilemma, which will tell you, this is your new addiction, and it's more addictive than alcohol and cocaine and nicotine. There are two categories of service providers or industries or businesses which describe their consumers as users. One of them is social media, Facebook and Apple and Google, and the other is the drug pushers, the drug sellers. Both these categories of businesses call their consumers users. Now, what we are seeing across the world and also in India is the weaponization of the social media. We are seeing these media being used to put out false, hateful content. And in certain respects, it's even worse than pornography, which demeans the body of a person, usually a female, objectifies her or him. What we are seeing today is, in certain respects, even worse. And it's not just violence it is violence on the screen. It's not when you're watching Gangs of Wasseypur or you're watching Tarantino's films, you know that that's tomato ketchup and not blood. But what happens in India is when there was a poor laborer who was killed by a fanatic who's right now in jail, and that gruesome sequence of him being burnt to death was recorded on video and distributed widely. When the police came and said, who's done it? WhatsApp says, look, end-to-end encryption. We don't know who's done it. This is the reality of the world and India. In the last several years, there have been numbers of cases of mob lynching. Usually people belonging to the minority community, they've been lynched. And without fail, behind each and every incident of mob lynching, there is a WhatsApp message. There is the social media. The internet is the classic double-edged sword. It cuts both ways. Yeah, of course. Am I saying do without the net? No, of course not. I mean, you may not remember numbers. When I was a young person, I would remember dozens and dozens of numbers. I don't remember all the 10 digits of all the numbers of most people. With some difficulty, I remember my wife's number. I don't remember my children's phone numbers. Memory, Google. You don't have to go through books and old clippings. Information is available at the click of a mouse. Not just information. So many services. I mentioned this earlier. You remember, when you say social media is not just remembering birthdays or anniversaries or sharing pictures. I'm not trying to, in any way, minimize the positive aspects. This is why the social media is what it is. Because in large parts of the world, Facebook has become synonymous with the internet. In India, a similar attempt was made, but it didn't happen. Free basics. There is a whole issue of net neutrality involved. So what I'm trying to say here is that what you watch, what you hear, and what you read are very often influenced by very, very powerful interests. There could be political interests. There could be commercial or business interests. There could be social interests. One entire section of the population can be demonized. That's what Islamophobia is all about. And if there is Islamophobia in India, the media plays a huge role in spreading Islamophobia. 5 years ago, a young relative of mine, he came and said, not all Muslims are terrorists. but all terrorists are Muslim. I said, where did you get to know about it? WhatsApp. That's the half-truth. Are you trying to say there are no Hindus who have been accused of terrorist activities? Who in the city of Bangalore killed Gauri Lankesh? There are many other examples I can give you. Let's acknowledge some facts. 1 out of 7 Indians is Muslim. There are more Muslims in India than in all countries in the world except one, and that's Indonesia. You want to demonize 1/7 of the population? The media is doing this. Yes, the media is doing this. Large sections of the media is doing this. How do you encounter these challenges? As Dr. John Joseph earlier pointed out, what is objectivity in journalism? This is a very difficult word to understand and explain. Are we objective or are we all biased? We have our own biases. More than 44 years ago, when I became a journalist, my editor, Dr. Bhavani Sengupta, he's no more, he told me, don't be ashamed when people say you're biased. Say, I'm proud of my bias because I'm biased against the corrupt. I'm biased against those who exploit ordinary people. I am biased in favor of the underprivileged. I'm biased in favor of the voiceless. I want to give a voice to the voiceless. That is my bias. Today, people say, you're a journalist or an activist? I'm a human being. I'm a male. I'm a father. I'm a citizen of India. I'm a journalist. I'm a teacher. I'm an uncle. I haven't yet become a grandfather. My children are still young. So we all have multiple identities. So what? What is wrong with saying that the job of a journalist is to hold truth to power? You know, I use an example which some people have occasionally taken objection to, but I use it nevertheless. Because I say it whenever I'm asked to speak to young people, and I assume there are a lot of young people and not just professors here, you're listening into me, that I make a comparison between journalists and dogs. Yes, dogs, man's best friend, woman's best friend. I'm a dog person, not a cat person. I'll tell you more about that. So I'm going to tell you a few analogies before I conclude my presentation. I have about 7 or 8 minutes left. In chapter 1 of your textbook, you have said, man bites dog is news. Yeah, dog bites man is not news. Of course, dog bites man is not news. Dogs keep biting man. So what's news about it? It's only when man bites dog does it become news, because it's so bizarre. It's so unusual. But wait, what if dog bites Prime Minister Narendra Modi? What if dog bites Priyanka Chopra? What if dog bites Ivana Trump? What if dog bites Joe Biden? You can be sure it will become news. So it depends on who the dog bites. That's not all. We have also, journalists are often described as watchdogs of society. Our job is to hold truth to power, to hold accountable those who are holding positions of power and those who are in a position to perhaps misuse that power, their discretionary powers. So it could be anybody who is powerful, a politician, a corporate captain, an important bureaucrat, a military general. It could even be a mafia don, a powerful criminal who runs an organized crime network, all of them. So A journalist is supposed to be the watchdog of society. There are dogs in the dogs. There are watchdogs. So at 4 o'clock in the morning, a burglar has tried to burgle and come into your home, and the dog starts barking. Oh, the burglar gets scared and runs away. Wow, the burglar doesn't know that the dog can only bark but cannot bite, but no problems at all. The dog has fulfilled its role as a watchdog. The thief or the potential thief has run away. Great. There are dogs and there are dogs. There are watchdogs and there are lapdogs. Godi, the Hindi word for lap is Godi. Ravish Kumar, the television anchor for NDTV India, talks about the Godi media. The media becomes like a lapdog. The dog wags its tail. When you stroke it, forget biting, forget barking. It's so happy, especially if the lap belongs to an important person, as I mentioned, a minister in the government, a top-ranking general, a big-time crook, a top-notch bureaucrat, the chairman or the president of a company. The dog is very happy. So there are dogs and there are dogs. The question is why, and I've told you why. Because of the growing dependence on income from advertising, that we are seeing such a large section, the income from advertising by government and government agencies, we are seeing such a large section of the media in India having become so subservient to the government. Now, let's take a step back. We've talked about dog bites man, man bites dog, and we've talked about lap dogs and watchdogs. It's often said, good news is no news, bad news is good news. So that's the logic used. But there is another category. There are another kind. There are other dogs as well. There are dogs that can help a visually challenged person cross the road. There are dogs that can sniff out substances, drugs, explosive substances from a pile of luggage. That's why dogs are often used by law enforcing agencies. You've heard the story about the Saint Bernard dogs in the Alps who rescue people caught in a snow blizzard. What am I driving at? With all due respect to all my journalist brothers and sisters, you have a job to do. Your job is to ask questions. Your job is to ask difficult questions. Not ask the kind of questions that this famous Canadian citizen, also known as an actor, called Akshay Kumar, he asked of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. How do you eat your mangoes? Do you suck on the mango? Do you cut it? To interview a Prime Minister and ask him these kind of questions, then are you a journalist or are you working for an advertising agency? Let's be clear. Are you working in the public relations department of an organization or are you a journalist? Now, unfortunately, across the world and also in India, journalism has become a highly risky profession. And those who are in positions of power and authority are becoming not just increasingly intolerant of those who hold truth to power, who ask difficult questions, who raise questions, who dig up dirt, the muckrakers, but they are also threatening them. So they are not just intolerant, they become vengeful. And in the last 2 years alone, in the last year and a half, dozens of journalists in India have been harassed, fraudulent cases have been lodged against them, first information reports have been lodged against journalists, criminal cases have been put against them. Many of them, it takes a long time for these to be dismissed. Nevertheless, defamation cases have been filed against me. I can speak on this subject for hours and hours, having been a recipient of a large number of defamation cases. Now, India is among the few countries in the world where defamation is not just a civil offense, but also a criminal offense. This is another subject for a more detailed discussion. So, after the media, after the pandemic, I beg your pardon, the media has become very, very different. Publishing, writing, speaking, the audiovisual medium, as I mentioned earlier, have changed in ways that we could not have imagined. And there are positive aspects, but there are also many, many negative aspects. So we have to be cognizant of both aspects, both the positive and the negative aspects of the new media, the challenges that lie before us. Yes, when we write something, we want people to read what we've written, of course. But are we going to stoop to depths which are not just an issue of sensationalizing or trivializing, but question of what is the truth? This is not an easy question. We constantly endeavor to search for the truth. And that is an important role as a journalist. I've spent 44 years in the profession. I'm about to turn 66. Today, journalism has become more risky, more difficult than before in India. And I would urge all my young friends who are listening to me to keep that in mind. What you learn in your college, what you learn in Christ, and the world outside. Yes, you have every reason to be idealistic. You have every reason to be optimistic and hopeful. But keep your eyes and your ears and your nose to the ground to realize the difficulties and the challenges. And I, even at my age, I would like to believe that it's very easy to be pessimistic. It's easy to be cynical and believe that nothing will change. It's far more difficult to be hopeful, to be optimistic. But do remember, when things are really down and things are really gloomy, and all of us have been through this, especially over the last year and a half. I'm a COVID survivor. My daughter had a terrible time. But remember, while you are working, while you're alive, the darkest hour is just before the dawn. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, teachers and students of Christ and other educational institutions who are part of Media Meet 2021. It has been my honor, my privilege to speak with you, and I'll be happy to answer whatever questions that you have for me. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Mr. Porunjay Apurta. I think you set the tone, and even as you were speaking, we started getting the questions. So I'll start with the earliest question that came in. This is from Leander Lingam, and he has this question: has the internet stolen the idea of being exclusive? For example, the killing of Osama was on Twitter before any news channel.
Let me answer. Journalists who are in part of the rough and tumble of the 21 or the 24/7 media, there is always this pressure to be the first with the news, to be the exclusive. But there are two kinds of exclusives: to be the first with the news and then be proved wrong. Or would you rather be later in the news, but you're sure of what you write? Verifying facts, double checking is as important as putting it up. Lots of people have made these mistakes. You believe one source. No. Sometimes you need to double check, triple check before you put up, especially information that is of great public importance. So exclusivity in providing information or being the first to provide news is not necessarily a virtue if you cannot do the due diligence. And that's easier said than done. So somebody tells you so and so has died. 10 US soldiers have been killed in the suicide bomb blasts in Kabul airport. So you've heard it from one man or one person. Then your first job is to start checking, verification, and then you should put it out. You should see the way the credible news agencies work, and you'll understand. They don't disguise advertising as news. That's paid news. So yes, exclusive information is easier said. It's not easy to provide. Now, sometimes there is a conflict of wanting to speed versus accuracy. And I will say always emphasize accuracy, always err on the side of accuracy instead of speed. The other kind of exclusive information or the exclusive is exclusive analysis, where your research, where your hard work, where your ability to go deep into a subject, in depth, not just reportage, but analysis of facts will also make what you put out, what you say, what you write, what you put out on the audiovisual medium, quote unquote, exclusive. Exclusivity, therefore, is a virtue, but it should not be made into a virtue in a way in which it also has its the underside, the ugly underside. So yes, Osama bin Laden's capture is there, and of course, Twitter is there, and Facebook is there, and but there are dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of so-called 24/7 media, where they'll say flash, news flash, just in. Yeah. We're all looking for it, and then we wait for the details. And then you've also come across occasions where people have to retract. There's so much fake information today. We have large numbers of organizations, including websites like Alt News, who are doing nothing but fact-checking, but telling you there's so much of information which is just fake, false, and untrue. So, Leander, did I get that name correct? Leander, thank you for your question.
The next question is, if advertisers have an influence, doesn't that affect the public who are trusting the news organization to cover all important stories and be critical of big players, including the government? This is by Erika D'Souza.
Erika, you are absolutely correct. If a large proportion of your interview comes from a particular advertiser, it could be a company selling a particular product or providing a particular service. It could be a government body. It could be a sponsor. Then, you're not expected to bite the hand that feeds you. As I mentioned earlier, he who pays the piper calls the tune. Yes. So there's bound to be advertising, the influence of the advertiser. So what's the way forward? And this is the challenge again. I'm glad you asked this question, Erika, because there are not that many media organizations on the planet who are able to spend money, employ people, spend a lot of money on research and on giving you quality information, who depend largely on advertisers. And the New York Times is one such example. In India, we have some websites which are all behind a paywall. There are some websites which will provide you only a few articles in a month free, and everything else you have to pay for. So you're being urged to subscribe and pay for the information you consume. So this is going to be a new model. And there are also going to be models like the Guardian model, the Wire model, the organizations that are supported by a body like the IPSMF, the Independent and Public Spirited Media Foundation in India, who support organizations, giving them grants. So the not-for-profit kind of journalism, where you depend on your subscribers or you depend on your readers, the crowdfunding, these are ways forward, but there are huge challenges in front. It's not just because of the net. We all live in an echo chamber, and we're all guilty of having what is called a confirmation bias. We only want to hear what we want to hear. I'm leftist, so I only want to hear what the leftists say. I'm right wing, I only want to hear what the right wing say. I'm pro Modi, so I only want to hear what pro Modi people have to say. I'm anti Modi, so I want, we fall into this trap. And this is exactly what the big social media platforms, the Googles and the Facebooks of the world, they confine you into this echo chamber because they're not interested in truth. They're interested in their content going viral, irrespective of whether it's true or not. They want to make profits. They want to use the data to sell it to advertisers. So that is where we are. Now, what we are seeing across the world, and we are seeing a kind of a blowback, a pushback against these giant digital monopolies. It's happening across the world. It's happening in Australia. There, the Australian legislature threatened to pass laws if the providers of content were getting such a minuscule share of the revenue that Google and Facebook and others would get. So these organizations are literally being forced to pay. So now they're having their own curated content systems. The way those algorithms work. See Google, see Facebook. It's happening in the United States. It's happening in Germany, in France, in Canada. Not yet in India, unfortunately. If anything, we have become a little more subservient with the new information technology rules to these big guys. Yahoo News has shut up, has shut down, shut its operations. The way the rules pertaining to foreign investment and the new information technology rules, I have doubts about the legality of some of these rules, but in my opinion, they do constrain freedom of expression. They do constrain what is a fundamental right of every citizen in this country. And that's the right to free expression. And the media derives its right to free expression from Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution of India, which is very, very important. You also have Article 19(2), which lays down what are called reasonable restrictions on the right to free speech. This is a huge subject. On some other occasion, maybe I can hold forth on this. But the word reasonable is really the contentious one. Who decides what is reasonable? Is it your local gangster, or is it the Chief Justice of India? Is it your station house officer, the constable, your beat constable, or is it the Inspector General of Police? So, these are, again, very, very important issues. But to return to the question you asked, Erica, long as there are large advertisers, including government bodies that sponsor you, their influence on what you read, what you hear, what you watch is inevitable.
A similar question by Kushagra. If Indians are so parsimonious in being patrons for their choice of media, how can media escape the influence of advertising?
It's absolutely correct, Kushagra, if I've got your name correctly. If you're so parsimonious, if you don't want to pay for what you read, then you're going to get trashed. No? Today, the internet, look, that's the difference. That's the huge difference. There's a dramatic change that has happened in what is called the mediascape and the information landscape across the globe. You no longer have a situation of information scarcity. You have information overload. Yeah, there are some people who still don't have adequate information and quality information and information that's relevant. But for a lot of people, and increasingly young people, the challenge is to be able to sift, to use a proverbial sieve to separate the wheat from the chaff, to be able to say, this is important information, this is credible information, this is factually correct information, well analyzed, well researched, well documented, etc., etc. And this is fake, false, propaganda, hateful, deceitful, half-true. That is the huge challenge today. That is undoubtedly one of the biggest challenges that we today are facing more than ever before. As I mentioned earlier, and I'm repeating what I've said, it's not that rumors didn't exist earlier. It's not that people lied and said utter untruths about individuals, about situations. Such people have always existed. Understand the difference between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation, you can be misinformed. You can be misinformed and you can think I'm 55 years old, whereas actually I'm 66. But disinformation is when you know that I'm 66, but you still say I'm 55. You are deliberately uttering a lie. That is what propaganda is all about. So, okay, Kushagra, I've tried to answer your question as well.
Okay. Quickly, I think a couple of more questions. Is the media pandering to the audiences, or is it the one setting the agenda for what news we like to consume?
I didn't understand that question.
Okay, so basically, what Nupur is asking is, pandering to the audiences, or is it the one that's setting the agenda for what news we are supposed to consume?
Okay, all right, I got it. Who asked this question?
Nupur.
Nupur, very good question you've asked. Let me try and understand it. Let me try and break it down into two or three parts. What you describe as pandering, I can put it differently. You can call it popularity, you can call it reach. I've written something, I've worked very hard at it. I made a video. I'm delivering a talk, I'm giving a speech. Obviously, I want more people to listen to it. It is but natural. Am I speaking to a small group of people and I'm very happy talking among a little group of people because I only want to communicate with them? Or am I trying to reach out to as many people as possible? Am I trying, if I think I have something to say, something that is of importance, am I not trying to reach out to a wide audience? Of course. So what you call pandering is inevitable. What's this agenda? Everybody has an agenda. You have an agenda, I have an agenda. We might disagree. We may agree. We have an agenda. What is an agenda? I want to communicate something. As I mentioned, you can say it's bias. Of course I'm biased. Even, if I ask you, I've been speaking to you for the last 1 hour and 15 minutes. Can you say, if I asked you to write a 400-word report on what I've said for 1 hour and 15 minutes, what will you leave out? What will you put on top? What will be your headline? What will be your concluding line? Not more than 400 words. What will be the points you will make? What will the quotes you use? What will the quotes you leave out? That will determine your bias. That will determine your so-called agenda. It's not just what you include, but what you do not include. So the point that I wanted to make, Nupur, is that we all have biases. We all want a wide audience. But what is the means you use for an audience? Am I going to utter untruths to get a wide audience? Am I going to ask a woman to strip naked for a wide audience? Am I going to purvey pornography for a wide audience? Am I going to purvey a violent, gut-wrenching scene of murder to get an audience? Yeah, sure. We all want an audience. We all want to, quote-unquote, pander to our readers, our listeners and viewers. But what is the means we use? What is the methodology we use? And what's the purpose for what we are saying? What are we trying to communicate? That your agenda is also therefore important.
One last question because of the paucity of time, and I'm just randomly picking this question because it looks like something that I think you've written extensively about. With media structures being corrupt, can the media still be referred to as a fourth pillar of democracy? This is by Shalini.
Shalini, you can write a book on the subject, Shalini. There's a lot of information. What are the structures? Who is the ownership? Who owns the media? Since this is the last, is this the last question, Dr. Naresh Rao?
Yeah, unfortunately, we'll have to,
All right. On media ownership, much can be said, and it's not new. Industrialists with business interests have owned the media. Our first prime minister, our first defense minister used to talk about the jute and the steel press. Post-90s, there were media organizations which made so much money from the media that they went into coal mining and power projects and all kinds of things. And the fourth estate became real estate. You must have heard that one before. You can practice the journalism of courage if you own a big property in Nariman Point. No names, you can guess, very easy. No, I'm not criticizing anybody. The point is, how do you get your profits? What is the means for getting? How do you cross-subsidize? These are the structure, of course, determines the content. If you look at, I mean, there are people who are very, very rich. The corporatization of the media is not new. It's been there. But today, we moved another step. Say the richest man in India, Mr. Mukesh Ambani. He's not just India's richest man, he's Asia's richest man. He's also the biggest media baron. He owns the entire Network 18 channel, websites, multiple languages, television channels, etc., etc. Now you can't expect these channels to write something or say something which will be critical of the boss. They'll say, hey, you have a job now, you want your salary next month. So, you can't criticize the boss. That's the reality of the world we live in. But there are some bosses who are more liberal than others. We used to have a so-called Chinese wall, it used to say, between the advertising department and the editorial department. There are families and there are owners whose interests are only in the media, and therefore they don't need the media or their media organization to promote their other business interests. There are media organizations that are effectively, as I said, dependent on subscribers, dependent on readers and listeners and viewers, and not on advertisers. Read the little disclaimer, for instance, that News Laundry puts out. Why do they seek your support? Because they don't want advertising. So, NewsClick, I happen to be associated with NewsClick from May 2018. They're not accepting advertising. They put everything under the Creative Commons, under that kind of a rubric. So, there are different media structures, different media models, and they're fast changing. They're very fast changing. When should you have a paywall? Say Morning Context in the Ken. You have to be a subscriber, or Caravan, or many others. But then they also say this is free content. Take the The Economist. They say we'll give you 2 articles in a month free. The rest you have to pay for. Financial Times, everything has to be paid for. Wall Street Journal, New York Times will give you a few articles. So these models are evolving, these models are changing, these media structures are changing, and this is a subject for a more detailed discussion. I'm sure that in the course of the deliberations that will follow in this media meet, you will have some of these questions coming up. I'm given the limitations of time, I'm just flagging some of these issues. They're very, very important issues. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Naresh Rao, thank you once again. And I have a website, paranjoy.in. I also depend on donations. Have a look at it. I work in multiple languages. I'm trying to do, I have been working, as I told you, for 44 years. I've been independent for the better part of the last 12 or 13 years. So there are lots and lots and lots of challenges. I'll be happy to communicate with some of the students over here. My first name, paranjoy@gmail.com. I don't promise you an early and expeditious response unless you want to pay me to teach you. Okay, I'm not joking. I'm telling you the reality of the world that we live in. I mean, the last year and a half has been very, very difficult for everybody. The media in India too has gone through very, very time. The number of journalists who have lost their jobs in the last year and a half or two, the number of journalists who've had to take very, very steep salary cuts, it's unprecedented. I've never seen such devastation in the media for more than 40 years. So I conclude, it's 11:24. Thank you once again, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So on behalf of the university, Christ University, and the Media Studies Department in particular, and also on behalf of everyone who is present here for this amazing and very insightful talk, followed by the clear and precise answering of the questions put forth by our students. Thank you so much, and I hope that we will be able to get you back again to continue this conversation, because I don't think we have answers for everything. Sorry about the constraints of time. So thank you once again. Over to you, Rishabh and Aparna.
Thank you, sir. Listening to your talk, Sri Paranjoy Guha Thakurta, one quote that immediately came to my mind was by Jim Morrison, who said, "Whoever controls the media controls the mind." Thank you so much, Sri Paranjoy Guha Thakurta, for telling us about the transformation of media in the 21st century. It is important to know how social media in today's time is a double-edged sword and how it is necessary for the media to move away from its oligopolistic nature. Yes, sir.
Rishabh, can I give you another Jim Morrison quote?
Please do, sir. It would be an honor. Yes.
He died at 27, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he did. Yes.
He said, "Let it roll, baby, roll all night long."
Right. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Also, you mentioned how it is important for us to be proud of our bias, a bias that is against corruption and favoring the privileged all the time. Today, journalism has become very risky, but we must realize and face the difficulties with utmost vigor and spirit. It is the duty of a journalist to hold the truth to power and make sure that he, she, or they emphasize on accuracy rather than speed. Thank you so much, Dr. Naresh Rao, for moderating this session and taking up the questions from the audience. Before we break, we have a small promo video for our next panel on the topic, hold on, I'm sharing my screen, scope and challenges of media education in a pandemic. Thank you so much, everyone. We will now take a screen break and resume back for our session at 11:45 a.m. See you all very soon. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Subhash. Hi. I think you're muted.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So, how are you?
Good, good, good. Managing.
Did you happen to catch Paranjan?
No, I
Okay,
haven't.
okay.
I haven't. Yeah. He's talking right now.
No, it's over.
Over.
Yeah, 11:25 we finished.
Okay.
But as usual, I mean, he's very good, and
Right.
he touches upon the most pertinent issues.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Naresh.
Hi.
Welcome back to day one of Media Meet. I'm Aparna, your host for this session. Moving on to the first panel discussion of the day. Hold on, I'm sharing my screen. Scopes and challenges of media education in a pandemic. It has been nearly a year now since we adopted this online mode of education, and this panel discussion could not have come at a better time. Joining us for this session are Dr. K. Sai Prasad, Dr. Padma Rani, Mr. Subhash Rai, and Professor Kanchan Kaur. The chairperson for this session is Dr. Survi Dahiya Balla. She is currently working as professor and course director in the Department of English Journalism at Indian Institute of Mass Communication. She has more than 2 decades of industry experience before she shifted to academics. Dr. Dahiya holds a PhD degree in media studies and a dual master's degree. She was an invited delegate for a workshop conducted by ESRC and ICSSR, was a panelist on safety of journalists in Montreal, and was the SUSI scholar from India for the study of the US institutes in the year 2017. She studied journalism at Ohio University during that period and was also certified by the US State Department. She was selected as the liaison chair for academia and industry by the South Asian Communication Association in Chicago, where she also participated at AEJMC conference. She has presented papers globally at IAMCR in Canada, at AMIC conference at AUD Dubai, at World Press Freedom Day at Helsinki, Finland, at Journalism Education at IAMCR Leicester, UK, and ICA Prague, Czech Republic, and in the 5th World Journalism Education Conference held at Paris Dauphine University. She has also compiled Connecting Threads, a compendium of media educators of India. She has won many awards for excellence in the field of journalism and education, and is also the author of the book, The House That Z Built. A small note before we begin. Audience, kindly specify the panelists towards whom you will be directing your questions. We will be taking them up in the end of our Q&A session. I now welcome Dr. Surbi to take over and introduce the panel members for this session. Over to ma'am.
So thank you, Aparna. Thank you so much. I really like the topic of the session, which says that, hold on, I'm going to share my screen. And that's what we say every 2 hours to our students. So, today we are going to discuss so many things in this panel discussion, and my, co-panelists are going to also focus on adaptation and online teaching. But before we do that, we'll be just introducing about the pros and cons and the scopes and the challenges of the online education in India. So if you read the Knight Foundation's report, they rightly pointed out, that the lack of currency and innovation in the curriculum and the lack of facilities as well as the faculty expertise in new media, as the new media challenges of journalism education, they are growing. So generally, teaching in the digital age is thought more in the terms of technology, with emphasis on applied than on the conceptual learning, and striking a balance, between the two. That has been a major challenge. So the major challenge, one of the major challenges, leveraging technology in the journalism education, and we integrate digital experiences across the media. There's a need to develop creativity and storytelling abilities. So teaching technology know-how to produce skilled personnel is very, very essential. So the technology adaptation or adoption, I would say, will be challenging for all the educational institutes in India in terms of investment, in terms of skill development. So inevitably, the journalism education, it has, to focus on skill development and induce digital mindsets in the students also. So this year at IIMC, I used to head IIMC Delhi only, and I used to have around 70 students, 68 students. And in the physical classroom, we used to take care of each and every aspect of their learning, whether it was news writing or it was, developing storytelling abilities, or data journalism, or mobile journalism, or artificial journalism, or drone journalism. And students were very happy. But in the digital era, when we are taking online classes, what are the challenges that I faced this year? I'm going to just, tell you about that also. So this year, all the campuses of IIMC, whether it was Aizawl or it was Kottayam or it was Jammu or it was Amravati Center or it was Dhenkanal Center, all the students were, we were having centralized classes. So I was course director for all the students, around 170 students. So it was really, really a very big challenge for me. So we, first of all, we made 2 sections, and then, we started conducting online classes. I saw that there were many benefits also, that we could make anybody and everybody join from other countries to give them a perspective. For example, we had a 1 week long workshop on investigative journalism, where the resource person was Miss Linda Roth. She's an award-winning investigative journalist and also the vice president of Wilson Center in US. So I saw that there were many benefits, that we could connect to anybody, and students got the benefit of learning from experts. We also conducted another seminar along with the University of Newcastle, and that seminar was based on women entrepreneurship. So we called leading women entrepreneurs from India, and we had a very good discussion. So there are things that we enjoyed, we did for the first time, and but there were certain things that we couldn't do, or we couldn't do to that extent that we used to do in the physical classes. Like if you talk about the digital era, data journalism tools, and a professional digital studio with the latest equipments, that enable the learning by doing. Artificial intelligence, if you see, which is the future of technology segment in creating content, and will transform media beyond recognition, we would say. So different segments like piracy, illegal file sharing, or blockchain technology, bots, data governance, piracy management, fact checking, blocking of fake news, or gatekeeping, misinformation, disinformation. So virtual production techniques, they're all the potential areas of education and training. We here at English Journalism, we produce niche lab journals every week. So on weekly basis, students produce lab journals on defense, on crime, be it on parliament, or on all the different beats. They work on development journalism, they work on child rights, they work on all the beats that are there, they are producing the lab journals for those beats. And we experienced that happened. 165 or 70 students that we had this year, they had produced around 108 lab journals this year. So that was productive. But what I felt was, the challenge was that when we were teaching them InDesign here in the classroom, it was altogether a different experience. The mentor was teaching them, they were producing, they were designing the papers, and then they were knowing how to do that. So the softwares, they didn't have the softwares. So when we were teaching them online, we had to hire somebody who could provide softwares to the students, for a limited period of 1 month when they were learning. So we have had classes this semester also for Illustrator, for Corel Draw, for InDesign, for all the softwares that we thought they were essential for the students. But yes, there was a problem when the students said, "Ma'am, we are trying, but we are not able to make that page." So practically, by learning gradually, they could produce it, and final result was that we have had around 108 lab journals. Similarly, we produce magazines. So in the last 2 years, our department produced a magazine called Odyssey, where people were, interviewing journalists. So my students interviewed 100 journalists, and we produced one, magazine, department magazine, which was called as Odyssey. Next year also, we produced another Odyssey by, interviewing another, a set of 100 journalists. So this year, the students, they couldn't go and personally interview. So that feel was missing. But then this year we interviewed 100 RJs. So we have produced our Odyssey with an interview of 100 RJs. But then again, the designing part took long because they were not experts in designing as the previous batches were. So if you talk about other things as blockchain, we had classes on blockchain, we had classes on artificial intelligence, we had on data security, and mobile journalism we had classes on. We also had classes on drone journalism, so workshops. So in the previous years when we had a workshop on drone journalism, we tied up with the Indian Air Force first, and then we had classes on drone flying also. But that experience of flying the drone went missing this year. So there are many pros, there are many cons of the digital education. We could connect to the world, we could connect to UK, we could connect to US, we could connect to Australia professors, and we had the best of lectures. But some practical part, which we made the best of efforts to do, that also went, missing. So as you all know, that training in mobile journalism is the journalist's new avatar, which we all call as Mojo. And smartphones, they define mobile journalism. And we are used to journalists, they use it for maybe radio news or podcasts or TV news or for social media news. So the new form of storytelling has emerged, and traditionalists in newsroom and classrooms should also adopt Mojo. And Mojo makes for more inclusive journalism, bringing in diversity in content and in presentation as well. Data journalism, we had classes on data journalism, and it is at the heart of journalism education in the digital age. So it is beyond computational skills to handle data for serving humanity, protecting freedom of speech, human rights, civic liberties, gender equity, and maybe sustained development. And digital industry, it reinforces a functionalist approach to journalism education, and technology is overwhelming in digital media, so which is dominated by different layers of voice penetrating every day. So education in the digital era, which has primarily taken the form of, say, virtual classroom education, but in reality it is much more than and much beyond that. And we have to keep pace with the fast changing technologies and accommodate ever evolving concerns and challenges, that the media curriculums need to be updated. So more frequently, we introduce at IIMC, we introduce all the emerging technologies as in the curriculum itself, so that people or the students, when they go out, they are experts in data journalism, they are experts in Mojo, they are experts in artificial intelligence, or if not experts, then at least they have a fair idea of what it is and how it is going to be implemented. So whether it is the new developments in the form of artificial intelligence, automated journalism, we had classes on AR and VR, and mobile journalism, data science, drone, as I told you, social media handling, mobile applications, etc. So more significant is to update the media teachers. Also, the recommendations that I saw from many media educators recently is that the teachers should also get the training, because the problem lies somewhere with the teachers as well. Here at IMC, all right, we have the liberty to call people from the industry, so we are calling many experts from different industries, so our student is becoming a one-man army. But we also need trained teachers in our educational institutes. So it is not only the refresher course and the orientation course that's going to help. So I think I suggest that teachers should also update themselves by reading, updating themselves, taking short courses, and they should be they're promoting themselves to acquire new skills basically. So this will help them to remain relevant and contemporary, and more participatory approaches in pedagogy would help engage media students in a better way, and that will also retain their attention for a longer period. So when the smartphone has become the most ubiquitous device for accessing media content, so training students to select the right kind of content has also become all the more important. So through the online education, uh, we can make anything and everything happen. The only thing is what we miss is the physical classrooms, the feel of the physical classroom, the teachings, the interaction, the you don't even know. You cannot make it mandatory to switch on the videos all the time, because our classes are from say 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and you never know these children, the students, they are what, roaming or eating or maybe sleeping or whatever they are doing, whether they have full attention to your lecture or not, which was there in the classroom. So though the online education got thrust on all during and because of the pandemic, so it is here to stay for a while. So in such a situation, acknowledging and addressing the digital disparity will be of prime, importance. So limited participation of and interaction with students is a major challenge, as I said, in the virtual classrooms, even when the best of equipment and internet connectivity is there. But the problems are further magnified when the students are from diverse backgrounds. So in-person classes, they can ensure equality in terms of accessibility to equipment or the computer lab and infrastructure. But online education, however, they have brought differences and digital divide and inequalities to the fore. And students living in disadvantaged communities and remote areas, they face numerous adversities like lack of maybe equipment and surroundings, or they don't have a separate room to study, or the surroundings which are conducive to learning, or lack of electricity supply, internet connectivity, money for that matter, because some people lost their jobs. So I would just say that uh, these online teachings are useful, but there should be a blended mode of learning in the times to come. Even if we stick by digital and online education, there should be a blended mode, and we should have at least some portion of practical that the students are coming to the institutes and learning that part. So we have both pros and cons, we have both scopes and challenges to the online education in India. I'll come back to you and we'll discuss more. Meanwhile, I would like my co-panelists also to speak for a while before we discuss the other parameters. I would like to introduce and take this session forward by introducing Mr. Subhash Rai. He is the digital editor of the India Forum. Let us, listen to him. He's a veteran who pursued BBS in 1993. Sir, I did my 10th in 1993. So he studied BBS in Dubai. And having worked in digital journalism for over 20 years, he brings to the table a unique combination of strong journalistic values, a deep understanding of politics and current affairs, technical expertise and immersion in new media. He has worked with the digital medium for days, from the days of the BBS to the days of AI, that's artificial intelligence, and now big data. So he has hands-on experience in various kinds of CMS, SEOs, newsroom integration, and so on. So the mobile and the social media have transformed the news business, both in the news consumption and production. He has been a part of that journey in the digital journalism. So working, having worked with newspapers, online only news websites, academic publications, multinational organizations in the 360-degree view informs his understanding of the digital news. And let me tell you, audience, that he believes that he can contribute strategically as well as operationally to an ever-changing new media, new enterprise. So he also believes that editorial values and business needs can coexist and flourish together. And he believes that the future of this business, continues to be innovative storytelling, using the latest tools and techniques to, you know, of new media. So let us now listen about the digital journalism, because listening about digital journalism is very, very important, because when we relate it to digital journalism education, then we come to know that, what is missing in our curriculums and what is the skill gap between the industry and the academia. So now let us listen to Mr. Subhash Rai, who would, I think, like to talk about the overall context of media studies, journalism education, and the expectation in the real world journalism. Over to you,
Right.
Mr. Rai.
Thanks, Dr. Yeah, so I'm actually the odd one out in the panel because I'm the only sort of working journalist, so to speak. So my perspective would probably stem from my experience in the newsroom only. Although I've had a couple of stints teaching journalism both at IIJNM and ACJ, but currently also I'm trying to start something as an online education for working journalists as well. So I'll try and fit all of that in this brief intervention of mine. While I listen to Dr. Surbi, and I know that, a lot of effort goes into molding a student to come out and be useful on day one in a newsroom. It's often, seen that there's I wouldn't like to judge, but I would just say that there is a lot of gap between what the student is expecting, given the training that he's had and he or she has had, and what the newsroom can offer. So, and I think that is what. So it does not relate to whether you're online or offline. The larger question that really is that on journalism education has to confront or contend with is that you've had different kinds of journalism from before. You've had print journalism, you've had broadcast or digital in its broad sense, but with the emergence of digital in the manner especially in the past probably half a decade, you have different kinds of online journalism too. So you can have like the earlier speaker was saying that your emphasis on mobile journalism. Yeah, there are economic reasons why you have that, but you can be in a newsroom with a massive infrastructure, but still emphasizing on one aspect of it is mobile journalism, the other is data journalism. So you have different teams, but most of them get hired by probably the most menial of it, of uploading stories. In fact, I found that term, like uploader, the most demeaning. That is what people are initially expected to do, at least, and it happens for a few years. So this reality that is there is also tied up with the kind of economic situation that exists outside. If you're my experience, for instance, in Hindustan Times, okay, you have a big board out there telling you the numbers. So why the emphasis on page views and not on engagement is something that journalism education should deal with. And it's again, I'm just trying to emphasize the fact that it's not necessary that these things can be either offline or online, but it is these things that shape how journalists are going to work in the newsroom, and how, therefore, journalism is affected as a consequence. So if you are concentrating on page views and users, maybe, so the kind of impact that you'd have on looking at, what is the trending story, and therefore what is your response as a newsroom to that trending story, that defines the kind of journalism that happens. In contrast, now, for instance, the engagement, where how much do you read? How much does our average reader consume content? It's a debatable term, but they use the content. So these things have not been really addressed by journalism education. What is the impact of analytics, as I said, and so analytics has an impact because big tech has intervened and defined for you what metrics you have to be bothered about. And on the other side, big tech has defined what your site should be and have from an SEO perspective. And most people would have heard the idea of search engine optimization. So what is the impact of SEO on journalism? And for that, I think it is essential for journalism educators to actually have that in connection with newsrooms. There has to be. It's not just about sending some students for internships. It's not about trying to say these are the different kinds of journalism, and that's what it is, or you explain either what mobile journalism is in a few classes, or you teach data journalism with an Excel or a database. So you actually have to look at the reality that exists right now, because that is what they do see. And so while that I'm not trying to indict anything. I'm just saying that this is something that is food for thought for journalism educators, and for students also to be warned, in a sense, that you should expect that when you go out there are different kinds of institutions and the different kinds of challenges that you will be faced. But these are some of the givens, and you need to kind of equip yourself for that. And so there is no disappointment that happens, because as we see, as this turmoil is underway, both with the pandemic as well as the sort of socio-political economic disturbance that is on right now. I've also known quite a few young, just recently graduated colleagues of mine who said, we want to leave journalism for good. So I would be very concerned about that. And I think that is where journalism educators should come in. And in terms of, the ability to actually get this transferred, digital is very good. It's probably natural, and so journalism institutions should have the digital extension or the online extensions of their course material available. It's like I've installed something like a Moodle. It's an open source thing which hardly costs much, and you can have an extensive curriculum and course structure out there that would be available for journalists or aspiring journalists as well. And you could also have something like a plugin in a WordPress site. So it is going to be ubiquitous. It is going to be possible for many people to be able to have these extensions of journalism education there, and how therefore you would respond, because I think most of you all, and I'm talking to the panelists here, you come from established organizations with the ability to bank on that and get the word out in a probably more structured manner. So how you kind of would employ that to reach out, I think the digital medium offers that. And so I think that also ties in with the fact that if you're able to actually look at the realities as in case studies, how Hindustan Times integrated their newsroom and sort of maybe disintegrated it to an extent, and then they're going to their own. How did the Hindu do it? How does Express do it? These and the smaller ones too. Scoop Whoop, and because they're big hirers. Ultimately, quite a few kids end up in these smaller institutions. So that outreach probably is required. And before I end, I think I'll stop there. And if you have any questions, I would love to address it when the questions come by. So that's my brief intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subhash Rai. And I totally agree with you. Educators should be able to construct such possibilities by fostering critical learning spaces in which students are encouraged to increase their capacities of analyzing, imagination, critical synthesis, creative expression, self-awareness. So higher education in India, if you see, it's currently restricted by the lack of clarity when it comes to regulating online classes. Teachers and students, they comfort with the online class design structure, level of interaction between the students and faculty, and the quality and the amount of class content, technical support, and overall experience with online class delivery. That also impacts the overall teaching and learning experience and determines the ultimate success or failure of the online mode of education as well. So this awareness, it needs to be increased, focusing on the convenience and accessibility aspects in order to increase the adoption of online channels. I totally agree with you. And I have similar interest. I don't know whether I should say it here, but I have similar interest, whatever you said just now, that we should do the case studies. My recent book has been launched this month. It's on the house that Z built. So it's a case study. It's a 370-page case study on Z. And you'll be happy to know that I have also worked on the Times Group, the Hindustan Times, Hindu, Indian Express, Bhaskar, and Jagran. And this book is being published by Oxford. It will be launched in December this year. And again, I am trying to now work on entrepreneurial journalism in India and work on how, Scoop Whoop and Wire or other print, they work, the digital first, the digital only organizations work. And that book also I'm doing with Oxford. It should come next year. So I am also trying to do the case studies and study how these organizations work and how, what are their organizational structures, what is the media management model that they follow, and the business model, and everything that you just talked about, the integrated newsrooms and, the editorial policies and the business policies. So yes, I took around 5 years to complete that book, but hopefully we will have it soon in the market, and students will benefit out of it. So my next, I would now like to invite my next panelist, Dr. Sai Prasad. And, he believes in the age-old adage that education is for life and not to earn a mere living, and would like to emphasize that no learning is irrelevant. Syllabi and textbooks should be mere guideposts to show the various ways to learn and not become the journey itself. So this is what, he advises his students as well. And to this end, he believes, he's a believer, he's a staunch believer in practical, hands-on, audio-visual aided learning methods that would make even, dull concepts very dramatic. So he would also believe that all his students are intelligent and interested with different levels of attention spans, and that teaching methodologies and pedagogy should be constantly realigned with their preferences. So teaching should evolve from communication to conversation, and this will improve self-discipline and result in, greater learning effectiveness. So his fairly long experience in teaching at the postgraduate level has made him realize that linking classroom learning with their career goals and exposing them to the industry best practices early on aids in making the learning process quicker. And I would like to invite him to emphasize on the positive takeaways from the online learning, because I have been talking about the challenges as well, but he will be focusing his talk on the positive takeaways from online learning. And I think positives are always better to learn. Let's listen to Dean of Comet's experience in conducting practical classes online, so that we all can learn from his experience of conducting the practicals online. And going forward, he can how we can adapt to the new normal more effectively. So welcome, Dr. Sai.
Thank you, Dr. Surbi, for that kind introduction. It's really an honor to be on this panel along with several of my esteemed colleagues and very experienced educators, media educators. All of you come with a very, very strong journalistic background. And I think this is where I differ a little, because my training has been as a management graduate, because I've done an MBA. And I went on to work in marketing, communication, and journalism before I did my PhD in customer communication. So I would like to believe that journalism is a part of the larger communication process, which I think this pandemic has really affected the media education or the communication education, which is slightly more holistic than pure play journalism. So that's where I'm going to pitch this presentation. Of course, there's a lot of merit in all that you have been saying and all that we have been discussing in several fora. But let me see how to make this whole. Let me play the positive devil's advocate for a change. When COVID struck, I think all of us were dumbstruck because we didn't know how to react. We had no clue what was going on. We thought initially it was for a few days and then probably for a few weeks, which became a few months. And then it's almost a year and a half, and we are still sitting and discussing online as to whether it's good or bad. I'm reminded of a story. This actually happened to one of my very close friends. In fact, when I was talking to him about this meet, he said, probably you should use this example. He said, my grandfather is a traditionalist who always believed in wearing the traditional dhoti. And then suddenly one day, his grandson who lived in the US gifted him a pair of rugged jeans, which he was very hesitant to wear because he said, no, this is not what I like. But then the grandson was persistent and he wore it. And then he started liking it gradually. At first, he was uncomfortable. He's close to 80, but now he insists that he wants more such pairs of jeans, which he can wear and walk around in a society. Now, our case is somewhat like that. We don't know whether COVID was a boon or a bane, especially to the education sector. Now, it all depends on which side we see ourselves on. I'm sure we are all aware of all the e-learning platforms that have mushroomed. Coursera, FutureLearn, including UGC's Swayam, Udemy, and maybe even the smallest one, which is Upgrad, which is very few years old. They have enrolled lakhs of students online. They claim to have hundreds and thousands of mentors. And believe me, they're all doing so well. So what does the pandemic mean to us in a way? Is it really only for big businesses, or is it an opportunity for us to look at what we have been doing for so long and then probably change the way we have been teaching? I believe there's a lot of learning in this, because many years back, I'm sure we all recall that we had remote learning in the form of distance learning or correspondence courses, where we would study the notes, the students would study the notes, prepare assignments, present them by post, right? There were no printouts, they would handwrite the assignments and send them by post to the whoever the course director was, and attend contact classes, say every 3 months in the nearest college. So the focus there, the need and the onus was on the student to excel, which drove them to distance learning and correspondence and made it successful. But today the same model is used, but with technology that has bridged this gap. I believe that technology has enabled better reach, has introduced flexibility in the entire learning system, but the onus is still on the student to excel. Unlike the corporates, where the onus and the focus is on the company's profitability. So you attend a meeting because you want to, say, cut a deal, but here the student has to attend an online class because it's going to benefit the student directly. Now, I don't see any difference between the corporate setup and the setup in classrooms or e-classrooms today. Why should the classrooms still be a 9 to 4 or a 9 to 5 affair where you sit along with 30 or 40 others, or maybe 100 others, depending on the college or course, and pretend to be interested, right? Can we reimagine education? Can we not just teach, but probably discuss, we can debate, we can analyze? When we do phone calls, we do very long phone calls. We discuss probably the whole lot of things in this universe. It can be politics, social issues, it can be even family matters, but we do it all on a phone call, right? So why are we getting inhibited with technology? It should actually be an enabler. Nothing stops us. But of course, we have a legacy of 100, 150 years of education, which sometimes prevents us. Now, let me quickly share. I know we have just about 10 minutes. Let me quickly share what we did at Comets. Like I said, Comets is not just a journalism college, because we also offer public relations, advertising, event management, audiovisual communication, films, and all of that. I thought that gave us an edge over pure play journalism training, because it allowed us to replicate corporate life for the students. Because most of the time, students who work in, say, agencies or companies, they do calls, they discuss with their superiors or their supervisors, or they have international calls, right? So we brought in that focus to our classes. We said, we would not want them to focus only on, say, the process, but actually look at the outcomes. We repurposed learning as a personal experience instead of a large classroom experience. Yes, the students are still available online to interact with each other, but finally the learning was always personal. We extensively used videos, films, and documentaries in practically every subject, including a paper like research methodology, marketing, advertising, development, communication, most of which were used for discussions and debates. We shared them the videos or the links. We encouraged them to watch it at their own pace, at their own space and convenience, and come back with questions and come back for discussion. And I think that to a large extent helped us to keep the classes interesting and not make them believe or feel that they lacked in something when online classes became a reality. We did away for our evaluations. We did away with MCQs. We did away with the regular class tests, and instead focused on extensive live research-based presentations, which they had to actually make in front of professionals and defend their presentations, defend their ideas, defend their views. We said, you don't have to submit assignments to us online. Instead, blog your assignments. So we made blogging compulsory for assignments, not just to put out something that they thought, but actually to share their views on the topics that were given to them. So I want to believe that all these things suddenly opened up the opportunity of using digital media in a more productive manner, in a more, how shall I call it, in a more useful manner, where they never felt or they never thought that they lacked in something, including their practical work, where they were encouraged to use their mobile phones or videos and photographs. They wrote their scripts online, emailed it to us, which we corrected and sent it back. The course directors were constantly with them, even while they shot. When we can do a video call and speak with a... Yes, Dr. Surbi?
No, I just raised a hand. I was indicating about the time. Sorry.
Sorry?
I said I just raised a hand.
Okay.
I was giving you an indication for time.
Yeah, how long do I have?
You can please wrap up your...
Sure. I will. Maybe give me just a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is we have traditionally been preparing students for exams that will probably fetch them a degree or a certificate. And I think that needs to change. And I think the pandemic, the digital platforms have given us that, where the students can realize the value of the classrooms and the training and the discussions, even online, and not necessarily worry about a physical space. So this is, I think, the thought that I want to leave behind. Look at a company like Byju's, which totally changed the way kids looked at education, right? They said online is everything, mobile is everything. So I think that is what we need to also adopt as media educators. Focus more on the learning outcomes, the practical value of what they are learning, rather than teaching, which somehow rhymes with preaching, which many people don't, students don't really like. So that's my submission. I'm sorry if I've exceeded the time. Again, I'll be happy to take questions in the end. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Sai. I also agree with you where, education in this digital era, it's not restricted only to the online, classes replacing in-person classes. So students in the higher education system may find it unnecessary sometimes to enroll also in the structured courses, and instead, prefer courses that are well designed and well presented by different platforms, as you said, Swayam and Coursera and Udemy. So these platforms, they have made geographical boundaries non-existent basically, and the Indian students have the opportunity to learn from the best in the discipline if their online courses are available. So potential and power of this new option is even recognized by UGC, and students are allowed to encouraged to take a few MOOC courses of their choice, along with the courses offered by structured university level curricula. So thank you so much. We now move on to our next panelist. I would request you to please take 7 minutes. Professor and Director Dr. Padma Rani. She's the Director of Manipal Institute of Communication at Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. She has 20 years of teaching experience and joined Manipal Institute of Communication in 2010. And prior to that, from 2007 to 2010, she was the head of communication department at MOP Vaishnav College for Women, Chennai. She's currently the managing editor for the Global Media Journal, Indian edition, a UGC CARE listed journal. She is the coordinator of Media Research Center. She has undertaken research projects for UNFPA and National Commission for Women, Government of India. She's been on the faculty exchange to the University of Applied Sciences, Germany, on a DAAD scholarship, and visiting international professor to George Simon Ohm Technical University, Germany. She has presented papers in various international and national conferences like IAM, CRA, GMC, AMEC, and others. Her special area of interests are gender, new media, and media policy. So she'll be focusing on quick adaptation, choice of platform, diversity of subjects, and evaluation. So over to you, Professor Padma.
Yeah, good morning to all of you, and thank you, Dr. Surbi Daya, for that introduction. And I would also like to thank the management and the staff of the Media Department of Media Studies at Christ University for organizing this at a very timely meeting something that we need to discuss about. Yes, the COVID-19 pandemic has raised some significant challenges for higher education, I feel. I agree with my co-panelists that it was something that we had to cope up overnight. We were literally caught off guards that we would have to shift to a virtual mode. Yes, but most of us who were teaching, the virtual teaching was not so much practiced by us than it has been practiced globally. And the pandemic brought in a lot of advice for teachers. Much of this advice which focused on tools and materials that teachers can use to replace face-to-face teaching, and which is also happening right now. In addition, most of these tips that came in for teachers were without contextualizing the knowledge needed to judge what would be applicable for which teacher. And yes, we all, adapted it quickly. We, went in for online teaching. We had various platforms which we could use. And the first challenge itself was about identifying the right platform for teaching. Because, there were so many other, there was a variety of platforms available, and we were experimenting, and then we all narrowed down, like at MIC, we finally narrowed down to MS Teams, and that's what we are using. And, initially, like Dr. Sai Prasad said, we all thought it would just be a few weeks. And, this was only a stopover gap arrangement to finish an academic session. But then we've gone ahead and finished almost another academic year, which is going to be online. Now, it was in the first phase, basically, the focus was not, on creating new materials for online teaching. The focus was on that because it was in the middle of a semester. So the focus was basically on to finish the course content which was available. Now there's a challenge with media and communication education, with journalism and others, that all subjects, the diversity of subjects that you have, cannot be taught in one particular way. We have completely theory subjects, then you have completely practical subjects, and then there is another group of subjects which are partly theory and partly practical. Now, just to have one way of teaching for everything is not at all possible. And we had to devise various ways by which we could, deliver these things to the students. Like even Surbhi said, that imagine a student being taught radio, and you had to give him or her only demonstrations from the lab here or the community radio. They themselves could not have a hands-on experience. And that initially was a big hesitancy on the part of the faculty, that how would we do this? But then once we started doing, we realized, we could teach them podcasting. We could ask them to make features and send it to us through their mobile phones, and also use other, softwares to edit it. So, these kinds of innovations and learning and relearning is a continuous process that the faculty in higher education and institutions of media and communication, I think, are facing everywhere. And also that, we've become designers and tutors overnight. It's not only about how your course, but also the pedagogical knowledge is a prerequisite for a virtual teacher to design course. And none of us had training in that. Yes, basically the thing was that, whatever knowledge you have, how do you effectively deliver it to your students? And if you look at it in the online and face-to-face learning mode, the difference comes in three aspects. One is the space and the presence. The second is the self-presentation. And the third is the interaction. In a classroom teaching. The student is there, all of us are in the same space, both the teacher and the learners, and they can interact. And there is a lot of thing where is there spontaneity, whereas in a virtual classroom the spontaneity is not there so much. And also technology itself has a way of altering both space and time, and metamorphically they are basically compressing that space and time. Both synchronous and asynchronous classrooms are something that have become the norm now, whereas we always had a synchronous mode of teaching. Also, what kind of mode are we doing? Texting, or are we making a video presentation? All these things also needed to be considered before we could design or before we could decide our classes. And therefore, the other thing that also came into being is that, the student, the teacher's role doesn't end only with the teaching. It also involves other aspects like the teacher-student interaction, the student-student interaction, and the student content interaction. Now, these things, really got transformed. I won't say always in a negative sense, but it was in a very positive sense. We explored fewer more areas and we went beyond the classroom to understand a lot of this. Online teaching and learning basically require careful consideration of how technologies can facilitate this type of interaction that we are seeking with the students. And I would like to, also add that, yes, like Surbhi said, this online teaching also helped us to get international faculty to talk to our students or international guests, or even in India, people, from the industry who are quite busy to come and work with us. So it did give an impetus to virtual mode of teaching. But we also have a specialization in communication management where our students do events. And in the last academic year, they had to do all their events online. So whether we liked it or not in the beginning, I feel they've been trained for the current trends in the industry. They conducted their events online. We have a lab newspaper which the students bring out. It used to be in a print mode because we have the Udayavani press next to us, and it's convenient for us to get them, the students also engage in physical printing of newspapers. But in the pandemic, we've shifted this to an online digital platform. So, the students have also got exposed in this way by our accidentally trying to find out these kind of opportunities to the digital mode of working, which they are now employed in. In fact, we had a 3-day event called Namangadi, which we work with the Concern for Working Children and help them market their products. And it happened smoothly online. The only difference was that we would have a lot of footfalls when we had the physical events. But because it was an online event and it was only for the first time, we did not have that kind of a footfall. But the students had a very great learning experience. So we did not miss out on any of the activities that they were doing, which they were doing physically, but we just shifted those activities to the online, and that gave them the exposure to work on the digital platforms. One aspect, this is about teaching, but something that all of us have been also grappling with is our evaluation. How do you evaluate? We were so used to the traditional mode of examination of a paper and pencil, even though at MIC we were not using, we had gone in the digital mode of evaluation in 2014 itself. But how do we now evaluate when they are not there? There is no longer a teacher who is invigilating them 24/7. And therefore, the mode of the question paper itself had to change because it had to be more applied. The practical, the aspects, the students were not going to do it in front of you. they were going to do it and send it to you. So those kinds of things are something that also the evaluation mode also had to be grappled with. Yes, there were challenges in the virtual mode for both the students and the teachers, and I think all of us have adapted to it. Initial hesitancy did exist to adapt, but over a period of time, both students and faculty have unlearned, learned newer methods, and are relearning, in order to enhance their effectiveness of their interaction. Students still, all said and done, they still want to come back to the campus as they miss other learning experiences. It's more about socialization on the campus that the campus life provides, because Manipal has an attraction for its campus life. And in certain production-based subjects, we still have some challenges to overcome. Yes, the acceptance was because of realizing that the virtual mode of teaching is there because of the perceived usefulness and the perceived ease of use. And this will help us, develop further positive steps towards the adaptation of an online teaching mode. And like the other panelists who are media educators, I agree that we are not going to have completely offline classes. We would have to have a hybrid mode of teaching in the future, and I foresee that. And I think a blended mode of learning would give our students an exposure to whatever technological changes are happening, as well as we could also continue with some of the traditional things that we've been doing in the classroom. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Padma. I really agree with you that creative ways to enhance both real-time and pre and post-class engagement with teacher, peers, and material, that's very, very important. Making full use of tools, maybe Zoom, breakout rooms, or whiteboard, or things like that. Creating interactive pre and post-class activities, collaborative projects, taking advantage of the global opportunities that we all did this year. They are really very, very important. And yeah, the evaluation part is also very important, because checking, digitally evaluating 170 answer sheets for different subjects this time was a real challenge for our evaluators also. And some people asked for prints, so I was wondering how many prints do I need to take for that. So I just requested, please do it digitally. And yeah, so thank you so much. With this, we move on to our next panelist and the last panelist of this session. After that, we'll quickly take a few questions, whatever the time permits. So I request Dr. Kanchan to please take 7 minutes. Dr. Kanchan Kaur is a senior media educator. She's the Dean of Indian Institute of Journalism and New Media, Bangalore. And she has driven IIJNM's emphasis on multimedia. She started life in journalism by reporting, the city of Bangalore for various small newspapers before moving on to the Indian Express for a short stint. She returned to Bangalore to work for the Deccan Herald, and in over 2 decades in journalism, she has worked among other newspapers in the Gulf News too. She has taught off and on the Christian Center's residential program in journalism, the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and the Mount Carmel College, Bangalore. So at IIJNM, she teaches students news gathering, reporting, and writing skills. She also offers an elective on covering arts and culture in the 2nd semester. She now focuses on the news literacy and fact checking and things. There is the need to counter the fake news. So I welcome you, Dr. Kanchan. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Surbi. I'm not Dr. Kanchan. I'm just Kanchan, right?
All right.
Okay. So one of the things that we've got hardly any time, so I'm going to quickly run through this. One of the things that I keep saying, and I've somebody said this actually, and I didn't, and I took it from what they said, is that COVID-19 is like 9/11. 9/11 changed flying completely. I mean, those of us who've seen flying before that, you'll remember that the security checks were ridiculous. There weren't any security checks. You could actually walk up to the tarmac and then fly a plane. And you didn't have to go through the circus that you have to do just now. So that's the same thing with COVID-19. It's changed our lives completely. And it's not just education or anything else. It's also journalism. Journalism has completely changed with COVID-19. Now, the thing with that, what works, as Dr. Sai said earlier, was you have to be invested in technology right from the beginning, and you have to be ready, you have to be agile enough to move quickly and pivot. So when COVID struck and when the government decided they're going to shut down everything in 4 hours' time, we were very lucky that we were at the end of our academic year and we were able to shift.
Hello, you're not audible, Kanchan.
I think we have lost a link.
Yeah.
This is a signal problem.
I think she'll reconnect. So, if you see the speed of change in technology that we have witnessed in these recent, years in the past, is anything to go by. It may not be long before news is compiled and distributed by news bots. So therefore, now maybe the time for journalism education to get their act together to groom journalists of tomorrow who can deliver what AI cannot. So we have to think on that lines now. So if teachers are open and quick to adapt to the new technologies, and they themselves start making a good use of various digital educational platforms to update themselves, the knowledge divide among teachers can be scaled quickly. So major paradigm shift has to happen within the teaching fraternity so that they can properly acknowledge the relevance and otherwise their teaching inputs and act upon it. So we have to all, reinvent ourselves. We have to develop, we have to learn ways to make journalism education more meaningful and relevant in online or blended mode. I'm waiting for Kanchan if she has joined back. Has she joined back?
No, I don't think so. I can't see her. Maybe we could take the questions till she joins.
Right. So till she joins back, we can, take the questions. So this question is to Dr. Prasad. Isn't technology also exclusionary and thus inhibiting in nature due to the lack of accessibility to people from diverse backgrounds and algorithms that are often biased themselves?
Okay, I think again, I would the stand I would like to take here is, at this point in time, technology seems elitist. Technology seems inaccessible to a vast majority, and that's not to rob technology of its potential. Now, if we have not been able to tap it, it's because of a whole lot of other factors, which could be regulatory, which could be governmental, which could be policy, etc., etc. And this is where I think we need, like Surabhi ma'am mentioned, we need a paradigm shift in the way we think. When Aadhaar came, we had a very similar experience when people said, oh, this is too elitist. You had to give biometrics. People do not have smartphones. You cannot authenticate. You couldn't do X, Y, Z. But today you can't live without Aadhaar. I don't think people will even have names henceforth. You just need numbers. So I think at this point, it may seem a little elitist, but here is where the opportunity lies for not just educators, but also policymakers, including, the UGCs of the world, that you have technology which has huge potential, with which you can do wonders. You can actually bring up Indian education to a level which is unprecedented. Now, if you're going to fall back on the good old, establish a 500-acre campus for an IIT, if IITs have to be successful, if that's the way of thinking, then I'm sorry, even with bots and AI and all the other technologies that may be enabling, we will still not get anywhere. Let me probably quickly give you two examples to substantiate my views. One is an article that was written by Dr. Devi Shetty in the newspaper, where he said this whole idea of granting licenses to medical colleges only if you had 500 acres. Now, 500 acres is a large amount of land, space. It's ridiculous, because he says you do not need 500 acres to train a doctor. And he quoted examples of some of the other developing countries where he said, just like you have a whole lot of tutorials and other smaller institutions, these countries had smaller training facilities for doctors, and they did a fantastic job because they did not base their resources on land and physical aspects. Point number one. Point number two, the current, recently my daughter just finished her 12th. Well, she claims that she is not really finished because she's not written an exam. But, the CBSE and the government were totally lost when the second wave struck, because all along they hoped that they would come back and write the exam. This whole focus on coming back physically to a campus, writing an exam, is what makes you learned. Now, this has to change. So both of this, if you really see, are changes required in the mindset. Okay, so I think Kanchan is back, so I'll leave it here.
Thanks, Sai. That's the joy of technology. You see, you can go in and come out.
Of course.
So where I was saying that we were working with the flipped classroom, where people would do their reading, their studying, whatever, and do their actual doing, because we've always, as a school, believed that you have to do real stories. You can't do a campus story. You have to go out and do real stories that actually make a difference. And so what happened, therefore, was then we were doing what other journalists were doing, and we were learning from what other journalists were doing. So our emphasis has never been on grades. By the way, we don't have an end semester or end year exams. We don't have it at all. We have rubrics, and we work with the rubrics, and we tell a student where he stands, she stands, depending on what they've been doing. So the emphasis actually shifted from when the first waves happened, our students had finished most of the course, and so it was really easy, because our emphasis then was not really on how to do a story, but how are you going to be safe when you're doing a story? How are you going to go out with the total safety measures in place? And if you're not going out, that's perfectly all right. Get us a Zoom interview, get us anything else that you need, and get your sources to shoot for you and send it to us. And so we were doing what everybody else in the media stream was doing. And I think that was wonderful. The other thing that we had to focus on was also giving them support as far as trauma was concerned, because there were a lot of them who were getting quite traumatized by what was happening, even when they were covering stories in the first wave as well as in the second wave. And that was the other emphasis we laid emphasis on. So that's where we were going. And we were also able to adapt very quickly. We moved from InDesign and Quark, etc., because students wouldn't be able to download it. And so we found free and open source software that students could download and work with it when they needed to. So the way we've moved, we now have Zoom bulletins that are being actually done from across the country. There's one kid who's sitting in Delhi, the other one's maybe sitting in Koregaon, the other one is sitting somewhere else, and we have the bulletin happening across the country. And I think it's been a wonderful experience for the students and for us. So really, it's just been fantastic in that sense of the word. So I think it's a question of mindset more than anything else. And we made space for one-on-one interactions. We ensured that we had meetings, we had space for meetings, we had calendars where we said, if you want to meet a faculty member for a one-on-one, or we want to meet anybody for a one-on-one interaction, this is how you slot it in, you put it in on a Excel sheet, whatever, and we work towards that. So in a way, I think the learning that anybody would have from something like this is, one, invest in technology. It was basically because of our experience and ease with technology that we were able to quickly move and not lose any time or other resources. There were challenges, of course, that all of you have mentioned, the lack of nonverbal communication, misunderstandings that come up because something has not been spelled out clearly, and there's been no, there are things that people don't understand when you're trying to speak online. But investing in people's skills and integrity is really more important than investing in technology also. That's the second point. We shared information, thoughts, and ideas, not just with the students. And we said, look, we are in this together. And if you have an idea, let's work with it. So, and not just with the students, but also with their parents. We took them into confidence. We talked about how our plans were absolutely fluid for reasons beyond our control. And I think that trust and confidence took us through some of the most difficult times of the semester. And placing real learning over grades pays off in the long run. We haven't been doing that. We've been doing that right through. So every student deals with a different situation and circumstances. There were students who were sitting on their terraces. There were students who were sitting in a car when they were trying to interact with us and tell us what they were doing because they couldn't get network. So we remodeled our grading rubrics. We remodeled our methodology in order to give enough leeway to students who had all kinds of troubles to submit work or to do a story. And the focus was really not on how much they had scored, but what they had really learned. And I think it helps to think of solutions that are out of the norm. It helps to take a step forward and teach students to how to find, report, and produce stories without even leaving the safety of their homes at times. So there is, well, I agree, online learning can't replicate the real thing. In the year that just went by, we started our entire course online, but and we taught them all the works online. So the joy of it was, as one of our professors pointed out, and he teaches environment, and he said, I could speak to a student in Assam and say, tell us about the fires, tell us about the oil fires, did you go see them, can you get a picture for them? And that was just the complete joy of it. And so the thing is, it's not really, we would actually say collaboration is a great thing. So while online learning can't replicate the real thing, but there is a lot of things that can be achieved really with the right attitude and a sense of purpose and focus. So if I were to broad base our experience, I'd say first thing, I would really recommend a learn as you do approach, because that it really results in collaborative learning. The faculty learn as much as the students do from this experience. We learn how young people use technology, how they use social media, and how they use the internet. And we learn how to open their minds to the possibility that this whole thing opens up. And so working along the lines of a media house teaches us to adapt to everything, because you have to bring out an edition, whether the world is coming to an end or not. Like I keep saying, if the world is coming to an end, and you will hear about it in the news, and they're going to have to learn how to report that, and which really helps us adapt to every situation. Since media houses these days work on deadlines that are really shortening, they use every trick in the book and outside it to ensure that the audience gets what it's looking for. And that, I think, this never say attitude really pushes you to flow through the most difficult of circumstances and get the job done. And I keep repeating this, but building trust is the most important and sustaining effort. It's to ensure that you are there with the students. You're ensuring that you're there for them at a time where they've been through this hospital visit and they just need to talk. It's not that they need to tell you what the story is. They just need to tell you how horrible it was. And they need to be able to communicate to have somebody who you would have in a newsroom, a more senior person who you could speak to and who could discuss things with you, and then talk about, okay, what's my story? And I think that really matters. I think we're running out of time and I've questions, but I think this is largely what I wanted to talk about. Thanks. I think technology is a great thing. I think it's a question of how we use it, really.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you're very true that we all should learn keep learning. So thank you for all your inputs. I thank all my co-panelists for a very great discussion and all your inputs, and all the media educators and students, those who are listening. I just would like to, end with one line, that let's all join hands to learn more and more in this journey as we move forward. Thank you so much. Over to you, Aparna.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to take this moment to thank all the panelists and the moderators for bringing into this session a plethora of ideas that kind of played into each other and helped us understand the larger picture of how online education impacts both the learners and the teachers. Starting with Dr. Surbi, who gave us a bird's eye view of how different education patterns are sustained throughout the pandemic, albeit with several limitations. That was the perfect leeway for Mr. Subhash Rai's dialogue, where he helped us understand the practical implications of how online education works, and Dr. Sai Prasad's inputs on how refocusing the learning process as a personal, life, and interactive process might help online learning help us understand that while, yes, the pandemic does put us in a precarious position, but maybe it's not all bad. This with Dr. Padma Rani's insightful recounting of everything that educators went through in the pandemic and how they overcame it by unlearning and relearning things, and Professor Kanchan Kaur's ideas on how it is important to invest in technology as well as in the individual and their health during the pandemic, made this panel a holistic and extensive overview of online education in the pandemic. I once again thank you all. I'm sure this session has given our audience a glimpse of all the wonderful things that we have prepared for this year's Media Meet. Moving on, we will now break for lunch, following which we will reconvene at 2 o'clock for our first plenary talk on media challenges. With us, we will be having Andrea Carola, Program Specialist for the Division of Freedom of Expression and Democracy and Peace of the Communication and Information Sector at UNESCO. We hope you join in for this thoughtful dialogue and gain some insights on the different media challenges that we face in contemporary times. Before we break, we have a small promo video for our next session, a plenary talk on the topic media challenges. We kindly request the audience to subscribe to our YouTube channel and to check out our different social media platforms to keep track of what is happening in Media Meet 2021. Thank you all. See you again at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye, Kanchan.
Thank you. Bye.
Hope to catch up soon, Kanchan.
Sure, we should actually.
Yes, we will.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Dr. Surbi. Bye, Dr. Padma.
Bye, Dr. Sylvie. Thank you, Dr. Padma.
Thank you. Keep in touch.
Yes.
Thanks, Subhash. We should see you sometime.
Bye, Subhash. Yeah, it's left.
very good afternoon, everyone, and we welcome you all to the second half of day one of Media Meet 2021. Now, we have a plenary talk on media challenges by Andrea Cairola, Program Specialist, Division for Freedom of Expression, Democracy and Peace of the Communication and Information Sector, UNESCO. The moderator for this session is Dr. Pradeep Thomas. Dr. Pradeep Thomas has an undergraduate degree in BSc Physics from the Loyola College, Chennai, master's degree in journalism and mass communication from the University of Madras, and broadcast and electronic communication from Macquarie University, USA. His PhD is in political science from the University of Aberdeen, UK. Dr. Thomas was always motivated by a desire to teach and mentor students to be critical thinkers and problem solvers. In order to this, his work is aimed at creating a space for shared knowledge in debating the intricacies of media studies, political science, and gender studies. His research interests include political debates, political advertising, comparative politics, and media and gender. We request all our participants to please put in the query and questions in the chat box. We will be taking them up in the end. Over to you, Dr. Pradeep, to introduce our speaker for the day.
Yeah, thank you, Rishabh, for that kind introduction. Welcome. I would like to, on behalf of the Department of Media Studies and Christ University, I would like to welcome Andrea to Media Meet 2021. A short introduction about Andrea. So Andrea Cairola he's a program specialist at the Division for Freedom of Expression, Democracy and Peace of the Communication and Information Sector at UNESCO headquarters in Paris. And that is the UN agency with the mandate to promote freedom of expression. Andrea has been dealing with dossiers related to assistance to media in post-conflict areas and countries in transition, that is Afghanistan, Angola, Balkans, Burundi, Central African Republic, Nepal, Rwanda, Uganda, and Somalia, as well with technical assistance in drafting media legislative frameworks and promoting freedom of information. Andrea worked for UNESCO, also posted in Kabul, Afghanistan, and in Almaty, Kazakhstan. Before joining UNESCO, Andrea worked as an investigative journalist for both print media and television, and as a filmmaker. He authored documentaries for major international broadcasters, such as The Prime Minister and the Press, that is produced by Wide Angle PBS, and award-winning Citizen Berlusconi, produced by a pool of European broadcasters. He has achieved a 5-year degree in economics at Bocconi University in Milan, with a final dissertation in international relations and a master's degree in international journalism at City University in London. So welcome, Andrea, to Media Meet 2021.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pradeep Thomas. Thank you. I'm really glad to be here at Media Meet with you. Thank you to the organizers, to the students, to the university, of course, to all those involved. Thank you to you, students, watchers, listeners. I don't know how to define now. Of course, we are in the world of now fully online conferences. We have a very interesting and important topic to discuss, which is basically part of the broader topic of the conference, Media Crisis, Challenges and Choices. Choices, I would also say solutions, opportunities, remedies, or at least attempt to of course, tackle these challenges. We were going to spend together, I think, about an hour at least. I'm going to show you some visuals just to have the presentation hopefully a bit more kind of interactive, and also in terms of interaction, of course, you are welcome to put in the chat questions, and in my understanding, the moderator, Dr. Frederick Thomas, will take these questions. So you can put questions anytime. At some point, if the flow needed, of course, towards the end. My presentation will basically have three parts. The first one will be an introduction, a bit of introduction has been already given by Dr. Frederick, but an introduction about the work that we are doing as UNESCO and what I've been doing with UNESCO, not on a personal basis, but of course as an international civil servant. Then we have the key topic, media and challenges, in two parts. The first part, challenges related to the media themselves. What are the crises that the media sector is having in this specific and some of the possible solutions. And then the other part will be focused on, in line with the concept note of this conference, the global crisis, the climate, the economic, the political crisis, etc. And now the media, especially independent, professional, pluralist media, could be part or can be or are part of the solution. So again, number one, introduction. Number two, the challenges within media. And then number three, how media actually could contribute to cope with the ongoing crisis. With that said, let me share the screen. Hope you can see it by now. I think so. Normally it takes a few seconds to go. But if I see no sign from the moderator, I assume that you can see it.
Yeah. Yes, we can see Andrea.
Fantastic, thanks a lot. So, greetings from UNESCO headquarters in Paris. This organization was founded right after the Second World War. As you know, it's a specialized UN agency of the United Nations. What you see in the second picture is a wall which is in our garden next to an olive tree, which contains in several languages beyond the 6 UN official languages that, as you may know, are English, French, Arabic, Spanish, Russian, and Chinese. There are also other languages. Of what is actually in the preamble of the Constitution of UNESCO, which is this sentence that since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men and women, of course, that the defenses of peace must be constructed. So this is the overall kind of mandate, the statement of UNESCO. Then UNESCO, as you may be aware of, is working on culture, protection of cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, on promoting education for all, on natural sciences, on social and human sciences, but is also working on freedom of expression. In that constitution is referred to as the free flow of information, the fundamental role of the free flow of information for development and for achieving peace. It's also very well expressed, of course, in the Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is talking about the fact that everyone, it's universal, of course, as human rights are universal, everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression, and that these rights include the freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any medium, regardless of frontiers. So here we see really a number of aspects that the seek, so the right to seek, right to information, and as we know, in India, there's been a global pioneer on the issue of right to information. To receive this part of, we should think to a world back then when even books were not allowed to travel from sometimes across frontiers. And then in part, of course, media were a fundamental part of the equation back then, while now we are in the world where actually every citizen, of course, has a much bigger possibility to express himself and herself. Then any media, so this forward-looking, back then the radio was well established, the print media was of course probably the main sector, but then television was just about to start. And now, of course, we have internet and a complete different paradigm with the digitalization. Regardless of frontiers, this is a fundamental aspect as part of, we are an NGO, an intergovernmental organization. We have, of course, over 195, if I'm not wrong, member states. So this aspect, of course, of international collaboration and across frontiers and of global and universal approach is fundamental. So how to translate into practice these overall principles and mandate? So here are some of the flagship activities we are doing, just for you to visualize and to kind of course, get some of the pragmatic aspect of this. So there is a work on advocacy. The flagship for this is the World Press Freedom Day, every 3rd of May. This year we celebrated the 30th anniversary of the Window Conference that in 1991, in a specific environment, you can imagine 1991 was just at the end of the Cold War, etc., to place this milestone conference in Namibia about the need to promote free, independent, pluralistic press in Africa. And that kind of trigger a global movement of conferences, consultation, and then also a recognition of this Window Declaration, first by the UNESCO General Conference, and then by the UNGA, the General Assembly in New York, which proclaimed the day on 3rd of May in honor of the fact that the 3rd of May was the last day of this seminar in Windhoek, this conference in Windhoek. So you see, from a conference, a proclamation of a principle endorsed by all member states of the UN, which is of course reminded every 3rd of May. And we have the honor and the responsibility as a sector, as a section, to organize the celebration. There is a global conference. What you see is the last conference in presence before the COVID disruption that was in Addis Ababa, the African Union headquarters, with over 3,000 participants from over 100 countries. But then also every year we do have actually a global campaign, and we have over 100 events at least we are part of. But then of course it's a day of everyone. So I actually invite you, if you haven't done it, next year, 3rd of May, of course, to organize activities within your university. So this is for the advocacy. Part of the advocacy, but also connected with probably also the policy making, etc., is we have an award, the UNESCO Guillermo Cano World Press Freedom Prize in honor of Guillermo Cano, who's a Colombian journalist that has been killed because of his work. And this is 2021 award laureate, Maria Ressa. I'm sure that you are familiar with her. And we work also on, and we'll talk more about that, but we work on the fundamental issue of safety of journalists. Of course, the ultimate form of censorship is the killing or the attacks, the physical attacks to journalists. So safety is a critical pillar to ensure freedom of expression. For that, there is work that has been done with media representative media organizations such as the World Association Newspaper, the International Federation of Journalists, the specialized NGOs, Reporters Sans Frontières, Committee to Protect Journalists, just to mention a few because there are many, to develop a plan to take on this, which became actually the UN Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists that we are, as an organization, coordinating. On the issue of safety, we have also the very sad task to monitor the killing of journalists. There is a specific mandate given by the member states, the UNESCO member states on that, and there is a methodology to verify if the killing is related to the journalistic profession, and then there is reflected in this observatory, and there is also a mechanism for the judicial follow-up. So for inquiring the status of the investigation related to these cases, aware that unfortunately the impunity rate globally for this is for over is about 90%. So this also framed within, I mean, as said, we are a specialized United Nations. This is framed also as part of the work of the wider UN, the UN-wide approach, the One UN. As you know, the main roadmap is Agenda 2030, the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. It's important to recall that there is a goal 16, which has a target 16.10 to ensure public access to information and protect fundamental freedom. And then most importantly, there are two indicators, one specifically on the issue of safety of journalists, talking about the verified cases of killing, kidnapping, and forced disappearances, arbitrary detention, and torture of journalists. And then also there is another indicator, 16.10.2, which is about the public access to information, the right to access to information. So other example of activities that we are involved as a CI sector, there is the media development work. So all the international cooperation, and then I will talk about that also related to conflict countries as anticipated by Dr. Pradeep. The work on international cooperation in the field of promoting media development as part of wider development of a country, of territory for an area. Then there is the work, of course, on media information literacy that by colleagues from the another section is not the section I belong to, but I see that here the MIL Alliance is involved. As part of the media development, it's very important to recall the media development indicators that are a tool endorsed by member states listing the relevant pillars to achieve free, independent, pluralistic media sector. So again, in terms of to conclude the introduction and the presentation, a bit more about myself, where I've been sort of working within UNESCO. As mentioned, I've been in Afghanistan in 2002-2003. It was a very special time because it was a media sector developing basically from scratch. Because in the 90s, there were basically no media in Afghanistan during the previous Taliban regime. There was just one radio broadcasting few hours. Then there was basically what was the state media outlet that was closed. So the media sector really flourished in Afghanistan in the past 2 decades, with an entire new generation of trained media professionals that, thanks also to the international cooperation, but was really a locally owned process with, as you, and the time before what happened in the recent months, and especially in the recent weeks, there were hundreds of media outlets, community media, local media, newspaper, independent private media in Afghanistan, very, very vibrant media sector, which of course now it's under huge dramatic pressure, as we know. I don't need to say that. And of course, we are very, very concerned about that. I've been working there. I've also been working in East Asia and Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, I've never been in South Asia, never been in India. I really would like to one day. Hopefully, maybe one will be back to in-presence conference, or there will be other opportunities. But here you see photos of a community radio in Mongolia. Mongolia, as you know, is a landlocked, huge country with a very relatively, comparatively small population in terms of densities, with also diversity of languages. So, for instance, as UNESCO, we support the community radio projects there, also with the nomads community. It's just one example. Then here you see Radio Salus is a project in Rwanda, actually, I put this picture because it's in a university. After the tragedy of the genocide, which was also triggered, by hate speech on media, there was a very limited possibility to have, say, independent or media in the country. And this was a pilot project for a campus radio within Butare University, which is one of the main, if not the main university in Rwanda. And we supported with the project this campus radio, which interesting enough also find a very innovative, is also to see how media are contributing to development and to a very innovative way to become sustainable, making a sort of alliance with the coffee growing association in the region. So you see the students, not only students in journalism, but also other students working, of course, running a radio for the purpose also of learning the work of being a media professional, but then also giving back to despite the campus is sort of isolated, as giving back to the surrounding, to the community, which is an area mostly relying on coffee growing. So there was really a win-win partnership on that. You see a picture again in Mongolia, and then you see this is a mobile radio project in Tunisia, because I've been also working in the MENA region, the Middle East and Northern Africa, mostly in Northern Africa, in Morocco, in Tunisia, among else, before arriving here in headquarters. That ends the first part of the presentation, the one on the introduction. And then now we go to the point number one, what about crisis in and of the media sector. So unless I'm stopped by the moderator, I continue. Let's talk about the first challenge for media viability, media sustainability. As we are all aware, the business model of media has been disrupted by a number of challenges, the digital challenges, of course, internet companies, the decrease in advertisement, the recent economic implications of the COVID crisis. So we are on one hand in an unprecedented, of course, and you see it like in the context of the last decade, present possibility, of course, to express ourselves as citizens, etc. But the traditional media or legacy media sector is, of course, in a very dramatic crisis. A lot of media have been closing around the world. A lot of media have been actually captured, and we'll talk more about that. So I've been actually, to survive, I had to some way to reduce, to change, to cut staff, to have less correspondence. For instance, foreign correspondents are now fewer and fewer. Here you see also an interesting work done by the Houston School of Journalism and Media, credit is complete to them, about what they call news desert in the case of the US. So you see the various I think countries that there are those that traditionally had media plurality in terms of newspapers, print media, which is fundamental, of course, to have media plurality also at local level. And then there are now areas, those marked in red, where there is no newspaper, no local newspaper at all. So who's getting, I mean, of course, the importance of media is not only getting the global news, but also the news about the community you are living in, or those where there is just one newspaper. So we have de facto, for various reasons, a monopoly, and a monopoly in media is never a good thing. So how to tackle that? How to sort of respond? Here I give you three examples of initiatives. But the first one is an initiative we are part of. The topic of this year conference in Windhoek for the World Precision Day was information as a public good. And one of the points was really to advocate with member states, with relevant donors, with all the relevant stakeholders about the fact that, yeah, sorry to be sort of repeating, but information is not a good like anyone, it's a public good, so it's something that is indispensable, has to be guaranteed. So to take effective steps to ensure the diversity and availability of public, private, community media, there is a need to probably revise, rethink, on one hand, for what possible, the business model of the media, but probably this is not enough. Many media, they manage to do that. There are now success stories of fully online media that are surviving, but these are more the exception than the rule. The reality is, if we go back to the map of the US, the reality is that around the world, we have many more red spots for various reasons. So to tackle that, we have to rethink the policies, even for instance, the taxation policies, to find ways to support these while creating firewall to respect the independence of the media, of course. For instance, if you think about an issue like governmental advertising, that should be given in a way that is not, of course, altering the competition, is respecting the diversity, etc. But there are also measures that could be implemented that would actually allow the media to be more viable, at least. For instance, reducing VAT, and then of course there is the big issue of arriving in some way to get a fair remuneration for the content which is shared and further shared online. And on that, for instance, in this conference, we had some very interesting testimony, for instance, from a country like Australia, which is working on that. But it's just, you know, it's an issue where, of course, there is a lot of discussion in various countries. There is no one model which is working, but definitely the problem is there and the solution needs to be found. Otherwise, we risk to expand this media desertification. Still related to the issue of addressing the problem of media viability, there's this very interesting report that came out last June, prepared by the Forum on Information and Democracy, which is an initiative including over 40 countries at this stage, including India. And among the various activities, they promoted this working group, which thought through the issue of sustainability of journalism and came with a set of recommendations. I would strongly encourage to go to look for them in the web, but here you see one very important to guarantee up to 0.1% of GDP a year into journalists to safeguard its social function for the future. So 0.1 really looks like a very, very small figure, something doable, but clearly this is not the case, because if you go into this report, you'll find out that the numbers are much, much lower. So this is an appeal. There will be actually at the UN General Assembly, I think, this session that will start next month in September, towards the end of September, a summit of ministers in New York discussing on this recommendation. Very interesting work. And then if you go in the report, there are also many other more detailed recommendations. Another initiative I would like to mention is this work towards an international fund for public interest media. So again, funding mechanism, also because we need to ensure, of course, media viability everywhere in the world, in all, also in least developed countries, etc. So it's a matter of international cooperation, but not only, it's also a matter, of course, of ensuring enabling policy at national level. What is also relevant to mention here is this concept of public interest media. So maybe you are familiar with the fact that, let's say, once upon a time, we were talking a lot about public service broadcasting, which was traditionally some broadcaster that maybe a former state broadcaster that transformed itself into an editorial independent, so in some way supported by public funding, but with editorial independence. But now here, public interest media is broader. It includes this public service broadcasting, but also public interest media are all the other independent professional media, like the community one we mentioned, that do have a function in a democracy, in a society. Or for instance, the diversity of newspapers at local level, of local newspaper. So I stop here with the first challenge, media viability. I move to the second challenge. Second challenge has to do with safety of journalists, has to do with the protection of journalists, which eventually it's the protection, the realization of the right to freedom of expression, not only for journalists themselves, but of course for everyone. So this is a visual from one of our campaign. Every 2nd of November, there is another international day on top of the World Press Freedom Day, which has been proclaimed recently, more recently as opposed to Press Day, which is the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists, 2nd of November. And again, I invite you to think about the initiative on the occasion of that day. From UNESCO point of view, we do monitor in partnership with NGOs, especially NGOs and other stakeholders, the problem, the issue. Here you see, for instance, a visual from the World Trend Reports which is and also from the UNESCO Director General Report on Safety of Journalists and the Danger of Impunity. So you can further have a look at these materials, but you'll find out not only the number of killing, but also disaggregation by gender, by type of media, by kind of attack, by, of course, there is also a focus on the specific threats, for instance, to women journalists. So there is this monitoring and advocacy work, but then, of course, we need to act. We need to respond to these challenges. So what are the responses? I already mentioned briefly the UN Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists. It's something not just about the UN, it's something about all the stakeholders. First and foremost, the member states themselves, then the CSO, then the media community, then the citizens. It's a problem that has to be addressed as a multi-pronged issue that could and should be addressed, of course, with a variety of measures. So, for instance, there are the measures to create a national protection mechanism, like in my own country, Italy, where journalists are threatened by organized crime. Typically, there is an independent NGO, grassroots organization, which is monitoring in a credible manner according to a verified methodology in cooperation with the representative from the media sector. It's monitoring the attacks against journalists. And then once the attacks against journalists are monitored and are sort of verified, then there is a mechanism of communication with the duty bearers. In this case, the judiciary and the Minister of the Interior and its representative at provincial level that can, where the threat, let's say, is verified, can activate a protection measure for a given journalist. Relocation, or of course security for even to a certain extent, there are, I think, about 100 journalists that are under age 24 protection, basically with bodyguards that are from the national security forces. So these are mechanisms where the right bearers and the duty bearers, the right holders and the duty bearers, in this case, the state can intervene. The plan, the UN Plan of Action is around 3 Ps, we say: prevent, so the advocacy work also, but also this kind of protection, protect and prosecute. So on the prosecution, it's also very important to and these are some of the activities that we are also doing. For instance, there have been a wide-scale training of judges. Over 25,000 judges all over the world have been joining various MOOCs, massive open online courses, or in-presence training that we've been organizing to train them on applying international, where relevant, regional standards on freedom of expression in their decision-making process. There is a work with prosecutors. So, for instance, there is a partnership with the International Prosecutor Association on a protocol to investigate on crimes against journalists, which is disseminated through training, through various other activities. There is a work with lawyers. So, for instance, we have a fund which is called Global Media Defense Fund, which is supporting grassroots organizations, for instance, to create a network of media lawyers that are in the position to defend the journalists where necessary, or to also have strategic litigation at national level or in regional or international court related to the issue of safety of journalists. Then training of journalists themselves. Here you see what has been, let's say, one of several editions, one of the classic publication, which is a handbook on safety guidelines for journalists, developed together with Reporters Without Borders. And if you see the various editions, you see the changes in the challenges. It was first developed about 20 years ago, where the challenge was mostly, for instance, there was in those days a number of wars, unfortunately, in Southeast Europe, the Balkans area. So there were a number of typical threats for journalists covering these. But then, according to the most recent figures about journalists killed, fewer and fewer are killed in conflict areas. Many are killed in non-conflict areas. Why? Because they are investigative journalists covering organized crime, covering drug trafficking, covering even climate-related issues. So now the challenges are different, not to mention, of course, the challenges, the digital one, the difficult, for instance, we have a handbook on protecting journalistic sources. But now it's become very, very difficult, as you know, it's a fundamental ethical part of the journalistic work. Then, as mentioned, there are the specific issues related to women journalists, including those that are happening online. So these are some of the response as part of this to the problem of safety, the unsafety of journalists. And here we ended the second challenge. The first one was media availability. The second one was safety of journalists, the challenge within the media. Let's now move to another challenge, the challenge of media independence, fundamental one, of course. I'm sure that you're familiar with, I've been myself a journalist trainee and curious young journalist. And of course, most of us are doing this work because they do want to contribute, they do believe in the fundamental role of independent professional media to actually for a better society, for a better future, etc. So this is tackled by many challenges, the laws as in certain countries, but also the economic one, the capture. When we talk about capturing of media, it's an interesting concept that has been growing. Yeah, I think also in academic papers in the recent years, because they are sometimes to, of course, let's say, control a media. You don't need to own it. You don't necessarily need to have a laws that is, but sometimes there are other way of capturing, more subtle, passing through, of course, the role of advertisement or other way of influence. So for that, what are the resilience factors? It's important to have, for instance, transparency on media ownership. It's important, for instance, to have to ensure that there is media self-regulation, media ethics. We should respect, which is also the next slide, of course, the media pluralism, But it's within this media pluralism and diversity that we also give the citizens, the readers, the watchers, the possibility, of course, to choose and to make their choices. But if we are in a scenario where we have, for instance, many media, but they are all copy and pasting the same news bulletin, which is copy and pasted from a press release, then inevitably here we don't have a real diversity of or a real pluralism. So how to tackle this challenge? Here I go back to the media development indicators that I've been mentioning earlier, which is basically a collection of good practices endorsed also by member states. So it has a political value. And it's important to have this system of regulation conducive to freedom of expression, pluralism, and diversity of the media. And in these indicators, you have a lot of elements for that. Part of the equation, I said, is media ownership transparency. Part of the equation is, of course, decent working condition for journalists themselves. Part of the equation is self-regulation first, but also independent audiovisual regulators. And also it's connected to the other challenges we mentioned before, media viability and safety of journalism. So they are all interconnected. So this ends my third challenge for the media. We go to the last, the fourth one, which has to do with dealing with media recipients, user, consumers. I don't like this word. Ultimately, with the citizen, with those that, of course, are the beneficiary of the users of the media. The issue is, of course, trust. There is a crisis in trust towards all institutions. It's a global trend. I took this visual from online, from one of source, but I think there are many about that. Basically, there is a lack of trust towards the government, towards public institutions, to independent public institutions. For instance, talking about, it's not here mentioned, but talking about, I don't know, the judiciary, the constitutional court, the Supreme Court. There is a lack of trust vis-a-vis the UN. It's not there, but it's important to mention. Lack of trust vis-a-vis the civil society, the NGOs, vis-a-vis the business community, and then vis-a-vis the media. So how to restore, how to regain this trust in media? First of all, why? There is an economic aspect to that, but also there is a broader aspect related to the function of the media itself. Second, how? There is a work that the media could and should do within, of course, the media outlet itself. For instance, we can have readers' editors is a classic example where you have a communication channel. So with the readers, sometimes there are misunderstandings, sometimes there are mistakes, sometimes there are misinterpretation, etc. So the readers' editor or the public editor, also in television, etc., or in radio, is someone that can explain also, maybe it's true that it was a mistake, or they should know that there is a time constraint, the journal was under deadline, this is a news worth reporting of public interest. This has been the challenge. So we can have a rectification, we can talk about that, etc. So this two-way communication with the readers of media users is very important. Then, of course, the media community itself, through self-regulation, credible self-regulation, very difficult, but very important. It's important to always try to achieve that as much as possible. It's been a challenge. You maybe have been studying in the UK, as you saw, as was said earlier, and the press council there sort of restarted 3 times the independent press councils. So there are press councils which are in some way a co-regulatory mechanism where there is a law saying there should be a press council. There are press councils that are a total self-regulatory body from the media themselves. But it's very important that there are this kind of mechanism, collective one, again, to exchange, to discuss with the media. And then last but not least, at citizen level, and here I'm sure that other speakers have been talking also about that, the fundamental role of media and information literacy. So what Dr. Pradip and also the first speaker mentioned about the fundamental role of critical thinking. We, of course, if we empower the citizens themselves to be able to, of course, cope with sometimes those mistakes or those different points of view, including opinion, because of course there is to distinguish fact from opinions. It's very, very important. We are already midway towards rebuilding the condition for trust in media. Last, again, about trust, or what is a response to trust, it's another initiative from the same that did the initiative I mentioned about media viability, which has to do with the Journalist Trust Initiative. Again, here it's a good wording for what is the problem and also what is the solution. So there's been a work towards creating some sort of mechanism to identify what is trustworthy news. Of course, it's very delicate, very sensitive exercise because, of course, there are no. It's important to not to exclude the media that maybe have less capacity, for instance, community media, but they're doing a fundamental work in a certain context or area of society. However, of course, there are media that are not trustworthy for various reasons because they're fully captured by various interests, economic, political, etc. So again, empowering with the MIL the citizens to be aware of that. We're following a media owned by, so we know what we find there and why. So this is part of it. But also, if we want to have a factual analysis or something, etc., this trustworthy concept is an attempt to provide the result. So I stop here with the challenges within the media. 4 challenges: media viability, safety of journalists, media independence, and lack of trust towards the media, and 4 sort of set toolbox for replying to that. There's no one solution. Of course, there are, as you see, in every of these issues, we have basically a toolbox of responses, and something is working, something no. We have to, of course, the learning process from lesson learned, etc. Then my second part of the introduction, the second part will be about the role of media as part of the solution for the ongoing global crisis that are mentioned in the concept note. I stop here for a sec, have a sip of water, and ask to the moderator if I should continue with this second part right away, or if before there are any Q&A or any interaction about the first part of my presentation.
Thanks, Andrea, for the presentation. I think we'll probably kind of take a few questions and then kind of break up for maybe 5 minutes or so with questions and some observations from my side, and then you can continue to the second part. Would that be okay, Andrea, with you? Right?
Of course, of course.
Yeah. So my and again, thank you for the detailed presentation as such. So one of the things is that's again in almost everybody's minds around the world is the situation in Afghanistan, what's going on, and in your speech as such, you were saying that you were there in 2003-4, so when after the US troops moved in and when the rebuilding started, right? So can you provide us some context as such on how you went about building the media infrastructure in Afghanistan, the last maybe 20 years or maybe less than 20 years or so, and what are the challenges that they're facing right now with the Taliban coming back?
Yes. So again, as I said earlier, was a very interesting case because basically there was a situation where if you go back to 2000, beginning of 2002, let's say, because as you know, the Taliban regime left Kabul and left most of Afghanistan basically towards the end of 2001. Basically, again, there were no media. There was this radio broadcasting few hours, Mullah Omar speech. There was a closed former state broadcaster aware that Afghanistan back then was, after almost 20 years of wars, there was the occupation, and then there were civil war, and then there was the Taliban regime for a little bit more than half a decade. So again, everything was basically starting from scratch. I had really the personal kind of, was for someone that was of course a journalist and interested in internet cooperation, was really an honor to see first the enthusiasm of an entire new generation of young people that wanted to work as journalists. There's been a support also from the international community, from specialized NGOs, from certain donors, from universities, etc. But really, as I said, was eventually a locally led process. Part of this process included, of course, legislation to allow that, to give frequencies to community radio, to women's run radio, to what became actually leading private media companies such as Tolo News, that I'm sure you're aware of, you've seen now, which is one of the main ones. So, of course, having legislation, then training, a lot of training, a lot of opportunity for them to go abroad, a lot of scholarships, but also, of course, this was let's say the immediate response, but the medium-term response is developing at the local university, of course, School of Journalism. Then, if you see the variety of the media sector, there was a project for the transformation of radio television of Afghanistan into a public service broadcasting. There were projects to support educational radio and television. There were projects to support news agencies. Actually, there were several. Eventually, there is a private news agency that, in my view, sort of prevailed, became the main one, which is Pajo, you may be familiar with. Then there were projects to support local media, community media, newspaper. For instance, the Kabul Weekly was the first newspaper, was a newspaper that existed before, with, of course, complete different, that was then, I think, probably mid 2002, was the first newspaper to be back in the street. Then let's say this is the first phase of the media development. Then there is, let's say, the consolidation of this sector, which, as I said, is very vibrant. That has been passing through a lot of challenges because, unfortunately, even before the current events, Afghanistan was one of the most dangerous countries to be a journalist in. And there were different threats, not only those related to what I can say about now. The situation, of course, is extremely extreme concern. There are, as you know, many journalists that have been managing to go, but many to go to expatriate, to evacuate, but most of them are there. And what we can say clearly is that the media of Afghanistan were so vibrant that you saw that this is a fully owned sector locally, because it's in some way trying to resist this. We have so many brave reporters there that keep on trying to do their job now, because still we know a part of what is going on thanks to their heroic work, basically. And we also had statements about the fact that there won't be attacks, revenge on them. Really, of course, keeping.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Andrea, for that. I have several more questions as such, but what we can do is, like, you can spend another maybe 5-10 minutes or so, like, going over the crisis in off media part of the presentation, and then we'll have a few questions from the audience as well.
Okay.
So over to you, Andrea, for the next part of your presentation.
Okay. So we go to the crisis and media. So sorry, can I ask you how much time would you like me to give to this?
I'm going to say maybe not more than 10 minutes, and then we can do 10-minute questions from the audience.
Perfect. It's enough, just to know, of course, because these issues are so complex that we can. Okay, so now we talk about the global crisis and the role of media. Let's start from the current global crisis of COVID, we all know, which is a sanitary crisis, but then there have been other related crises that have been labeled with this new word, such as disinfodemic, disinfodemia, misinfodemic. There are various definitions for that. Thinking about the problem in terms also of the media has been also the impact on freedom of expression, press freedom, independent pluralism, in terms of the fact that there is the economic aspect of that, but there's been also many situations where the media have been curtailed, new legislations, etc., which are limiting freedom of expression. So the reaction to this challenge has to do with MIL. We already mentioned that here, for instance, MIL clicks an initiative, think before sharing, has to do with empowering media professionals. They are part of the equation to provide, of course, trustworthy, verified information. Even investigative journalists. I mean, in my own country, for instance, there are investigative journalists going through why certain response from the hospital was in this way and not the other way. This is all legitimate, even if, of course, it's challenging the institution, which is already under stress because the health apparatus is trying to respond to that. But there is need for this, of course, watchdog role of the media, even in this kind of crisis. There is the fundamental role, of course, of fact-checking of media, and the growing importance of a new category that we can identify as media or not, which are the fact-checking organizations. So the media, most of the media, professional media, are of course fact-checking organizations themselves, but now we have, of course, a new category of fact-checking organizations that are, for instance, working. There is an international network of fact-checking organization which has a special agreement with certain social media platform to support the work of content moderation on what is related to the disinformation and disinfodemic, etc. So here again, you see how, of course, we have a new problem, but we also see let's say, traditional response of the pillar of importance of media, but also we see innovative solution. The second part has to do with the role of media in times of conflict. Here a photo in Kabul, but also a photo of Mary Colvin, who has been killed in Syria. And I think this one eye is really the role of the, like kind of symbolizing the role of the media, of course, having the journalist witnessing what is happening, and then, of course, passing this information firsthand, like the war correspondents are, of course, a very important example of that. And then, of course, communicating that through the media they are working for. So about this, there is a Belgrade Declaration UNESCO work on about, of course, the need to support media in conflict and post-conflict environment, support for reconstruction in post-conflict environment, but also to during conflict, as is said, and there is also a bestseller well known for all those that are in the journalism studies, which is called The First Casualty, about the history of war correspondence, etc. And the first casualty of war is actually is information, is access to information. So moving quickly, as opposed to my previous presentation, now we have we talk then about the COVID crisis, the conflict crisis. Third global crisis has to do with natural disasters. So this is the photo I took myself in Tacloban in the Philippines after a super typhoon Yolanda struck and also caused a tsunami in that area. This other photo is a photo of a radio, local radio, that has been destroyed, and then there was a project, of course, to provide the immediate even equipment to reconstruct local media. But this other photo is very interesting because the group of journalists, which were basically at the point missing their own media that has been destroyed, that really literally 2 days after the typhoon, were involved in an initiative by colleagues from UN OCHA, the Office of Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, to have this Tacloban Media Survivor Center. You saw it's basically a tent, there's a table, and their work is ensuring what they call communication with communities, in the sense that they know that when you have to deliver a massive humanitarian operation, you need two-way communication with your beneficiaries. There is, of course, a coordination, and there are various NGOs involved in delivery, or civil protection agencies involved in the delivery of what is most needed, the food, the shelter, etc. But it's important to have this two-way communication with the recipients, with the beneficiaries. So this is a very nice initiative, and it's something which is regularly implemented with humanitarian operation, and it's part of, let's say, the immediate humanitarian response to a disaster, in this case a typhoon, most recently, unfortunately, in Haiti, has been an earthquake. So other aspect, other global crisis, if not the one crisis, of course, is climate change, global warming. Here, I would like to stress the fundamental role of universal access to information. You know very well in India, all the environmental historic battles that have been from the environmentalist community, etc. But then at global level, climate change, of course, we need to know, we need to be informed, and there's been a role played by the, of course, the international panel on climate change. But this has the implication of this crisis is, of course, everywhere in the world, we need to have access to information held by public bodies and beyond. This in line with what is mentioned in the concept note for this conference, which is referring to the last year topic for the right to information, the Universal Access to Information Day, which was right to information in times of crisis. So again, information can save lives. Information can save lives, of course, if you refer to those that were ensuring the two-way communication process with the beneficiaries, but also in medium-term, long-term perspective related to the climate change. Last crisis I'm referring to has to do with the issue of the impact on disinformation on the functioning of democracy. Of course, where we are in a new context, digital world, etc. So then we have journalists under fire for the reason we mentioned earlier, information attack, and then overall we have election integrity at risk. On the day of the election, but even beyond the entire democratic process, electoral process, I'm talking globally, it's a global trend, so what are the responses to that? First and foremost, of course, the awareness that free independent media is essential to democracy. That is a precondition for any election is, of course, that the citizens, voters are informed. Then there is a work done, of course, within the media themselves. So, for instance, we created there is this handbook on journalists, fake news and distrust, because, of course, this word, this term has been used and misused, etc. So, just creating confusion and disinformation. So, how to, of course, while you are training yourself to become journalist, you should be aware, of course, of these challenges to not to fall, let's say, in this here a report. But here I would like also to mention a news by yesterday, the Facebook's app that has created the oversight board, as you may be aware of, to have a sort of semi-independent mechanism for content moderation, so that they are planning now to create an election commission, so to tackle these specific challenges related to the role of social media in times of election. Actually, I forgot there was another crisis I'm referring to very briefly, the economic crisis, which has to do with inequality, which has to do with, of course, all the polarization, all the issue we are aware of. And on that, I would like to mention a last element where media are once again part of the response, so which is the fundamental role of investigative journalism. The journalism is nothing but a good, professional, verified, in-depth journalism. Has been more and more, sort of singled out as investigative journalism. This is good, of course, because thanks to that, the investigative journalists managed to create a new way to achieve effective investigations, for instance, through international cooperation. We know there are these consortium. This collaborative journalism is very interesting. Of course, when resources are limited for an in-depth investigation, then of course, and if as in most cases, transnational organized crime or climate change, everything is global, migration issues, everything global. So of course, the cooperation of a network of investigative journalists through a consortium, through this kind of collaborative journalism is a way to provide a response and also to sometimes identify some of certain factors that are probably sort of increasing the economic crisis, as opposed to, of course, contribute to find a solution. I stop here. I hope I've respected the 10 minutes. Over to you, Dr. Freddy.
Sure. Thank you so much, Andrea. We have another 5 minutes or so. So we'll take a couple of questions. Couple of audience questions have come in, quite a few have come in, but we'll just go through a couple. So one question from Rishabh Jaiswal is interesting. So he asks, what are your opinions regarding the state of the Indian media, given that it ranked 142 out of 180 countries by Reporters Sans Frontières in the World Press Freedom Index, excuse me.
Sorry, what is the question? I heard the second part, but not the first part.
So the question is what he's asking is, so India's rank in the World Press Freedom Index is 142 out of 180 countries. So he's asking what do you think about the state of the Indian media? And what do you think probably like the UN can do to promote like a more kind of free media space in our country?
Yeah, as I said earlier, as you know, I've been working in various areas of the world, but unfortunately, I've never been in India. I don't know your country, so this is a question. I'm sorry, but it's a question that probably I'm not the right person to provide the answer to.
Okay.
And,
so, Andrea, but in general, we can take any other country. You worked in Uganda, you worked in Afghanistan, you worked in like the Congo and so many other places around the world as such. So, if you have a country, you have a nation state that is kind of experiencing like kind of what you call is challenging for journalists. So
yes.
what would be the first intervention? So would it be like education being an intervention, or would it be like projects intervention?
Yeah.
How do you go about that? Yeah.
I think I'll go back basically to most of the first part of this presentation, where the response it's of course about enabling environment for free, independent, pluralistic press has to do with legislation, has to do with ensuring safety. So which are the threats? The threats can be there are, for instance, in many countries increase the challenges to cover protests on one hand. So in this case, training security forces, for instance, on the role of media is one part. Then in other cases, this transnational organized crime or drug cartels, which are threatening. So that is an entire different threat. Then, of course, the viability it's part of the equation, because if media are captured, even if they are living even if they are in a context where there is independent media, a law for allowing for independent media and possibly a relatively safe environment for journalists, but then if media are captured by various interests, then again it is not. So what I can also mention about these specific ranking or other rankings or other assessment or analysis done by other specialized NGOs, it's very important to go to see their methodologies. They are very transparent in their methodology. You go for instance, in rsf.org or Freedom House or CPJ or other NGOs, you go there and you see the methodologies, and then within those methodology, there are different way, of course, also of kind of weighting different parameters, which are ultimately contributing to this process of making assessments.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Andrea. So one more question. We have a couple of minutes, so we'll take another question from Professor Joel Jacob. So he asks a question saying that, Mr. Andrea, in your work with UNESCO, do you face any pushbacks by any governments, countries in your work that promotes freedom of expression? If so, why is it such a challenge?
So I think it's public domain, because also when we have our governing bodies, there are of course discussions on, but eventually there is a consensus on our mandate, and there is a consensus on because what we are doing is according to our programming documents. Sorry to have this kind of internal jargon, but what we are doing, of course, it's part of something that has been why is such? Because of course I think it is part of the entire where we have a UN agency. We normally have also something to deal with, and normally what we have to deal with is a problem. So the work towards the full realization of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, including its Article 19, is, of course, a work in progress. And as we said, the human rights are interrelated, interdependent. It's very important to show also this kind of holistic approach to the issue of human rights, because we are dealing with one specific right, but it's also impacting, as we saw when we described the various crises, on other type of rights. But also in human rights, you do have progress, regression. I've been personally involved in a situation where there are what we call as a window of opportunities for transition towards, of course, improving for that. Then there is also another mechanism very important to mention, which is the Universal Periodical Review on Human Rights, which is the mechanism led by the High Commissioner of Human Rights in Geneva and the High Council of Human Rights. So periodically there are countries that are reviewed on the respect of human rights. And this process includes a report from the country, but also includes the shadow reports, and then includes recommended observations by other member states. And then eventually there is a set of recommendations, which are really very important. This is a process that it is, I think it's something that didn't exist, I think 2 decades ago, and now is a process that is more and more known by specialized NGOs and also covered by the media. I think it's a very important process to be aware of.
Thank you so much, Andrea. We're just out of time. There's so much to talk about, and I have so many questions, but we run out of time. Thank you so much for the detailed presentation and taking a few questions. I hope the students in the audience that were listening to this would have gained a lot. Thank you again from my side and from the department. So now over to Rishabh to kind of close the session out.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pradeep Thomas. Firstly, I would like to thank Mr. Andrea Carola for giving us such comprehensive knowledge about what the UNESCO does, its extension campaigns and flagship activities as well. As you said, 9 out of 10 killings of journalists still remain unsolved. Hence, as a citizen, it is important for us to protect, prevent, and prosecute. As you said, for any media platform to be successful, transparency becomes extremely important. Thus, the concept of self-regulation becomes a prerequisite. The need of the hour today is reinforcing media good governance and strengthening media and information literacy as well. At the end of the day, as Geraldo Rivera said, the courage in journalism is sticking up for the unpopular and not the popular. Thank you so much, Dr. Pradeep Thomas, for moderating the session and taking up the questions from the audience. Before we end for the break, we have a small promo video for our panel discussion in the evening titled Communication Health, Media Coverage of Health During the Pandemic.
Thank you.
We will now have a screen break and resume at 5:30 p.m. See you all very soon, and thank you so much.
to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
Good evening, one and all. Following the series of wonderful sessions we've had from today's morning, we now have our final session for Media Meet Day 1. The pandemic has caused much distress and chaos in two main sectors, that of health and that of media. To help us understand how these sectors are working in this pandemic, we have put together this panel titled Communicating Health, Media Coverage of Health During the Pandemic. Our panelists are Ms. Madhur Singh, Ms. K.K. Shailaja, Mr. Prabhat Sinha, and Dr. Asha Pinto. Moderating this session for us is Dr. Nirmala M.N., Assistant Professor at Department of Media Studies, Crises deemed to be University. Dr. Nirmala has completed her PhD at the English and Foreign Languages University and was a recipient of CSDS ICSSR Doctoral Fellowship. She's worked as a journalist at Times of India and Asian News International agencies, reporting important assignments in the area of health communication. Recently, she completed a fellowship project on regional film labor for National Film Archive of India. She's currently working on publishing her doctoral thesis on marginalized workers in Indian cinema. An avid cinephile, her research interests are in the areas of health communication, film labor, popular culture, media, and mass politics. Today is Dr. Nirmala's birthday, so on behalf of Team Media Meet, I take great pleasure in wishing you a very happy birthday, ma'am. Along with ma'am, we have Dr. Alex Joseph joining us for this session. Dr. Alex is a faculty member in the Department of Media Studies and is also the Assistant Director of University Relations in Crises deemed to be University. He is also an alumni of the BA Journalism, Psychology and English program of Crises. He teaches courses in corporate social responsibility, media management, corporate communication, and organizational behavior, among many others. His areas of interest include education management, public administration, and strategic communication. He has been trained in leadership and building at IIM Calcutta. Dr. Alex is passionate about education and its transformative powers and conducts leadership workshops and consultancies across India and the Middle East. He has been a visiting scholar to Lille Catholic University, France, Vives University, Belgium, and Ingolstadt University, Germany. He's great at networking with people and is known for his vibrant and motivating personality. A small note to the audience before we begin. Kindly specify the panelists towards whom you will be directing your questions. We will be taking it up in the end in our Q&A session. Over to Dr. Alex.
Thank you, Aparna, for the wonderful introduction. Now, I consider it as my honor and privilege to introduce Srimati K.K. Shailaja teacher, the former Minister for Health, Social Justice, Women and Child Development, Government of Kerala. Both of us hail from the same place, Kannur district in Kerala. So, as I mentioned, it's my privilege and my honor to introduce Srimati K.K. Shailaja to the audience. So as I mentioned, Srimati K.K. Shailaja is the former Minister for Health, Social Justice and Women and Child Development, Government of Kerala. And she is currently serving as the member of the Legislative Assembly representing Mattanur constituency and is Chief Whip of CPIM in Kerala Legislative Assembly. Shailaja teacher, as she is fondly known, served for 23 years as a teacher before she took voluntary retirement and became a full-time leader. She received international attention for her leadership in tackling the Nipah virus outbreak and COVID-19 pandemic in Kerala. In recognition of her efforts, she was invited by the United Nations to participate in a panel discussion on United Nations Public Service Day 2020. She was recognized by Vogue as one of the Women of the Year 2020. The Guardian described Shailaja as coronavirus slayer and rockstar health minister. BBC News featured her among a list of Asian women corona fighters. The British magazine Prospect selected her as the world's top thinker of 2020, while Financial Times named Shailaja as one of the world's most influential women of 2020. She was invited as a panel member at the 3rd Human Rights Council intersessional meetings for dialogue and cooperation on human rights and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Shailaja Teacher was conferred with the Janani Award 2021 for Public Health Leadership instituted by the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council. She was awarded the Central European University Open Society Prize 2021 in recognition of her commitment to public health services. K.K. Shailaja was first elected to the Kerala Legislative Assembly in 1996. She is a CPIM Central Committee member and the State Secretary of All India Democratic Women's Association and Joint Secretary of its Central Committee. On behalf of the Department of Media Studies and Christ University, I extend a very hearty welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, sir, for the wonderful introduction of Shailaja Teacher. And it's my proud privilege to introduce our other panel members. We have Madhur Singh, currently Managing Editor at India's Pen, India's foremost public interest data journalism website, where she has overseen coverage of COVID-19 crisis. India's Pen's path-breaking coverage has spanned data analysis, the latest in scientific research, policy measures, fact-checking, and people's lived experiences of the pandemic, the lockdown, and the ensuing economic crisis. She has previously worked as the India correspondent with Bloomberg Law and India reporter at Time magazine. She has worked with leading newspapers, including Hindustan Times and Indian Express. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. We are also joined by Dr. Asha Pinto. Dr. Asha Pinto has been a pillar of strength to we all, for all of us at Christ University. So thank you, ma'am, for joining us. She is a medical officer, chief medical officer at Christ deemed to be University. She's a medical doctor with fellowship in family medicine and background in counseling. She graduated from St. John Medical College, and she has been with Christ University for more than a decade. And has played an active role in setting up COVID-19 protocol for the university. During the pandemic, she also volunteered amidst a busy schedule with the university with the BBMP in controlling the pandemic. She's interested in counseling and a trained pianist. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and to be part of the panel. And finally, we are also joined by Mr. Prabhat Sinha, founder and CEO of Man Desi Foundation. He's a passionate front runner who can inspire, drive, and achieve results that positively impact the community. As a decade of experience in demonstrating passion and sound knowledge of sports in US and entrepreneurship development for India's rural women, he left US sports industry to live in rural village and make Indian villages future sports hub of India. He's an active contributor and speaker at many national and international conferences on rural sports, Asian sports market, agriculture, and water conservation. He's a visiting guest speaker at Georgetown University, Trinity College, Madrid University, TEDx. Prabhat was one of the representatives of Man Desi at the World Economic Forum in 2018. He also serves as an advisor of Man Desi Kisan Producer Company, an organization operated by and helps women farmers. Currently, Prabhat runs Man Desi Champions, which aims to empower young girls with sports power. Wow. Sports, health, agriculture, what a diverse background. Thank you, Mr. Prabhat, for joining in. Thank you all panelists for joining us today for this very important discussion. So not taking much time, I would like to get started. So my first question is to Shailaja Teacher. Okay. So ma'am, can I get started? Am I audible? Shailaja ma'am? Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
some interruption is there.
Okay.
I
Okay.
can't
So
hear.
okay. Thank you.
It
So
is
my first question is for
then it
you.
is okay.
Okay. Okay. So my first question is for you. Right from battling Nipah outbreak, flood, and ongoing COVID pandemic, how was the state health department mentally dealing with this series of fights, one after the other, and also handling media criticism of the Kerala COVID management model, which was internationally and nationally lauded? All the appreciations were there, and there were also criticism. But how was the state health department mentally dealing with this? Over to
Yes,
you.
it was really, it was too difficult, but anyway, we dealt with it. I think Nipah outbreak, it occurred in Kerala, and the source is in Kerala. At that time, we are not aware of such kind of viruses, and it was a very hardship during that time. When I came to know that one of the family in one of our village is suffering with a particular disease or peculiar disease and severe symptoms, and they are singing, then I asked my doctors and my health secretary to inquire about that, and we sent the sample to a virology lab, and it tested positive for Nipah virus. At that time, it is not familiar here. As you know, Nipah virus occurred only 4 or 5 places in the world, 4 or 2 countries, 4 or 3, I don't know, 5 countries, I think so. And it occurred in Kerala. At that time, it was a hardship and it was a irritating or disturbing news for us. But we at once we decided we cannot hesitate, and we should have to act to contain that that contagious virus, and we started our working. When I heard about the case is positive for Nipah, at once I rushed to Kozhikode, and we opened control room at once. RRT formed, and everything was arranged within 1 or 2 hours. And we started our working, and we have no protocol or standard operating procedure for the containment of Nipah virus. And you know that there is no medicine, proper medicine for this kind of virus, and also there is no vaccination, and it is a severe thing. But we didn't hesitate for a moment, and we started our work. At once we started training, and also we formed the isolation unit in our medical college and proper meeting there. And we go to that village also. We make aware in people to the whole population there. And at once we started contact tracing, and we started everything within 1 day, or the next day we are ready to act. And that is the lesson we learned from the Nipah virus, that to act at once, don't hesitate for a moment. And my health secretary and other officers in the health department started to having protocol and SOP for this, and everything we started as soon as possible. That is a very good lesson. And through that operation, we know that we are able to contain this virus within that small area. And within 40 days, we contained Nipah virus, and only 18 people caught the virus, and 16 succumbed to death, survived after that. And the whole world listened to that. What did they do there? And the groups of people came here to study about that, and they understood that the quick action and the scientific method helped us to free from Nipah virus. And similar thing happened when the COVID-19 virus reported. Because of the experience from the Nipah virus, we were in each and every year, the next year also. The Nipah occurred 2018, but 2019 also we conducted mock drill. The scientists said that the Nipah virus will come next year also. and we cannot say that it is completely, we are free from Nipah. It may come next year also. And 2019, we conducted mock drill in each and every medical colleges and district hospitals and general hospitals, most of the major hospitals. And we trained, we give refresh training to our health community, health staff, doctors, nurses, and even field workers, ASHA workers. We conducted training, refresh training also. Amidst the news of the COVID virus come, and when I came to understand that a potential virus is spreading in Wuhan, China, I at once remember the Nipah virus incident and what was the hardship we undergone at that time. And I feared, definitely, I felt some fear in my heart that this virus also will come to Kerala, because there are so many students studying in Wuhan, China. And I remembered that some of the medical students came to me before that for some internship and registration, etc. And at once I called my health secretary and asked him to have every preparation. I said that definitely this virus will also come to Kerala. He also agreed that, because when the students returned from Wuhan, definitely they were COVID virus carrier. At that time, little awareness was there about COVID virus. Only we understood that it is from the coronavirus family, like SARS and MERS viruses. It also belongs to coronavirus family, and also it is a highly infectious virus. But they said that the mortality rate of coronavirus is less than Nipah virus. But no use of that, because the infectivity rate is very high. And if more people infected by the virus, the death rate also increase because of that. That was an alarming news also. And at once we started preparation. And I think we came to know about this COVID virus on January 18th, 2020. When we started our control room and all other preparations, 18 expert groups, everything on 24th January 24th, 2020. And we wait whether it come or not. Definitely it came. January 27th, the flight came from Wuhan, China to Cochin airport. And there was, I think, more than 70 passengers were there in that flight. But at that time, our trained team was there in the airport to screen the passengers whether they have any virus infection or not. And they screened, and we got 3 virus carriers or infected persons from these passengers, and we isolated them and treated well. At once we started to put our protocols and standard operating procedures this time also. My health secretary and all the team worked hard to maintain, to form isolation wards and everything. The 18 experts group were, they were given responsibility to different activities, collection of the personal protection equipments, collection of medicines, and also the isolation ward, and everything was arranged, and training, and even mental health. There was a very good team under a famous doctor called Dr. Kiran, and our mental health team also activated, and they were ready to be familiar with the COVID affected patients and to give consideration to them, and to give them for proper knowledge about this virus, etc. And we started our work. This means that there is no minute to miss or to waste in front of us. At once, we should start the action in front of this kind of any hardship. We should have to act as soon as possible. This immediate action, and we at once we formed our strategy for action. We have put forward this strategy One is to trace, quarantine, test, isolate, and treat. The tracing the people, and next is to quarantine them properly. The other is to test the symptomatic cases, and if it is positive case, isolate and treat. That was our strategy. And also we arranged the SMS campaign, that break the chain campaign, to break the chain of the transmission. That is the most important thing. To prevent the transmission, that is the important thing. The most important thing is to make our health system proper and strong enough to tackle with the problem. Our slogan is to keep the potential of the virus under the health system resilience threshold. And we improved our hospitals as soon as possible. We provide more beds, more isolation units, and also ventilators, and even oxygen supply, everything we start working. And we have a very good public health system in Kerala. And even we through the Ardhra mission, throughout the last 5 years, we were improving a health system, and we were converted the infrastructure of the health system, changed a lot. That also helped us to addressing this virus. And I'm not elaborating this thing, but sudden action and proper action, scientific thought, and belief in science, everything helped us to tackle the problem, and we can reduce the mortality rate of COVID-19 pandemic to 0.5%. After this this assembly election, and after the Onam celebration, etc., there is a rise in the case. But I think I am enthusiastic that we can contain, or we can control the virus as in the previous case. Previously, during the first wave, we delayed the peak, and also we contained the virus, and we flattened the peak within days. And this time the peak is going on. It is continuously. But I think if you act properly, we can another time also we can flatten the curve. And now also the mortality rate as a whole, average, it is 0.5%. And the lesson we learned from this virus infection is that if we work hard, work collectively, and work with enthusiasm, we can contain this kind of virus infection, and any hardship we can overthrow, or we can walk over enthusiastically.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I think it just set the right code for our discussion for the day. Taking from where Shailaja ma'am started, my question is to Madhur ma'am. Shailaja ma'am, politicians like Shailaja teacher are exception. But we all know not all politicians and political parties have kept the channel of communication to media open and accessible. This being the case, how did platforms like India Spend deal with challenges such as lack of communication by the government and access to data, especially during the ongoing crisis that we are all in? So can you please elaborate on that, ma'am?
Yes, thank you for your question. It's very interesting. And I must also thank Shailaja teacher for taking us all back to the early days of the pandemic. Fair bit of confusion for everybody, no clear information coming from any quarters. I think readers, journalists, policymakers, leaders like yourself, everybody was sort of in the same boat in terms of what information we had initially. So at India Spend, health being one of the main verticals that we cover, our focus in the initial days was sort of two-pronged. On the one hand, we wanted to help our readers understand what we knew of the virus and of the disease. And if you remember the early few weeks, there wasn't very much known. We did know there had been deaths in China, but it wasn't clear if this was going to become an epidemic and then a pandemic. It was a few weeks until it became clear that this was really going to be the story of our lifetimes as journalists. We'd probably be covering the biggest health story of our times at a time when a lot of us were also facing a lot of constraints in terms of where we could go to report from, whether we could go and report from the field at all. A lot of journalists, including in my team, had illness to deal with in the family, sometimes even deaths, falling sick ourselves. So the first prong of what we tried to cover was to understand and help our readers understand what to make of the SARS-CoV-2 virus as well as COVID-19 as a disease. So keeping abreast with the latest scientific research helped. There were regular bulletins from the central government, from the ICMR, talking about cases, talking about testing rates initially. These twice daily briefings kept a lot of us on our feet all the time. At India Spend, we ran a tracker for the first 4 months until almost everybody picked up on that, and other larger newsrooms with more resources to expend on a tracker took over. But until then, looking at the data and looking at the latest in scientific research was where we were focusing our efforts on. The other prong that we focused our stories on was the socio-economic fallouts, the health system fallouts of this pandemic. The migrant crisis is now largely forgotten, but it was a big story, and it should remain a big story because it's shown the light on a really less talked about aspect of our political economy. The disproportionate effect on women as workers. Women lost more jobs, but also were burdened with more care work inside of the home. Stories about schools closing and lack of learning, as well as malnutrition and related issues among children. So this was the second prong. How did we deal with the lack of information? I think this is when the media's role has really been important. We, like many other newsrooms and our sister concerns, have run fact checks to make sure that misinformation is tackled with a lot of alacrity and a lot of confidence. You have to have, you have to react very quickly to everything and have all your facts communicated with clarity as well as timeliness. So that's been one really important role that the media has played in checking misinformation. There's also been a very enthusiastic, very driven cohort of journalists who've gone after the lack of data that we continue to face. COVID-19 India.org is going to shut down in a few months' time, and there's going to be a whole set of data collation that's going to completely go out of the public domain. We will not have data of various kinds. It's one thing to know just the case numbers and the death numbers, but to be able to make connections and join the dots to understand the context and background of what's going on, that's going to be a complete challenge all over again for all of us. So various crowdfunding efforts of this kind have been irreplaceably invaluable for journalists like myself, for our newsroom. Journalists have also kept up the pressure on especially undercounting of COVID deaths, including Rukmini S., who's written extensively for India on this, to assess the extent of undercounting, but also to understand the reasons for undercounting. We are not only alleging that the government is trying to hide the figures, that various state governments are trying to make themselves look good by not telling the truth. That could be part of the reasons, that could be part of the truth, but there are also systemic, longer-term, pre-pandemic reasons why the cause of mortality is not correctly recorded in our statistics. And we believe this is a really pivotal moment for all of us to learn from that and to make fix the loopholes that have been in our system, because this will provide us the data that we need on mortality from various causes, from various diseases, help policymakers expend efforts and resources on the diseases that are actually causing most mortality once we understand it a lot better, and then make things easier for all of us as individuals, as citizens, and as curious, informed voters. So this is, I think, does that answer your question?
It did. But definitely, I'm sure India Spend is a very important platform, very important source for we journalism teachers, especially for our data journalism class. And I'm sure our students who are listening to this conversation understand the significance of data journalism, especially in a crisis like this. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So my next question, just to set the tone for the conversation, is to Mr. Prabhat Sinha. We have heard from the government, we have heard from media. We'd also like to know NGO, an organization like yours, Man Desi Foundation, which has been working in the area of health and women empowerment. What is the kind of challenges the organization is facing during the crisis, like NGO sector as such, especially those working in the area of health and women empowerment?
Yes, so thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. To be honest, if you would have asked me this question 2 years ago, I would have never been able to be on this platform and tell you about, like, you know, I'm working in healthcare, or I'm working with the people who are suffering from COVID or things like that, because I've been an athlete my whole life. Then I've been a coach. Then I became a sports agent in the US. So I had no idea that person like me would come, or we will be in the villages of India, and I will be able to start a hospital. Like a sports athlete would able to run a hospital. I never even had a dream like that in my life, because I never thought about those things. And actually pandemic really opened up to our healthcare, especially I live in state of Maharashtra. My hometown is about 6 hours from Mumbai city. So the first time in my life, I realized that 70 square kilometers from my hometown, we don't have a CT scan, we don't have MRI. It just opened my eyes by looking at, like, okay, I knew probably this was there, but it never came into our attention till the COVID hit. Now everybody's going, I'm talking about the second wave, especially in March and April, everybody was looking after this HRCT scores, this CT scan, you have, you know, out of 25, how much you have, and people are going crazy. There is no public, there's no private. So for 2 hours, the patient has to drive an ambulance, which doesn't have a ventilator, which that person has to go from the village to the district headquarters, and then they get your CT scan score. There was a time that you had to wait 2 days to get your CT scan because there was a large queue and numbers. In Maharashtra, the numbers were going up, up and up. Unfortunately, so things were going through like this, and then you are in the middle of it and you are running a hospital. You just don't know how things are going to be. You just don't know who will be living for tomorrow, who will not be able to do that. And there was such time when I felt like this started in COVID beginning. I'm talking about last year, 2020, in March and April, when the entire country was in lockdown. And even I never thought that, you know, how the situation is going to be. The second, we always thought that, okay, you know, after 3 months will be better. I think things will be better. Things will open up. But all the sports facilities were closed, which I run. Everything was closed down. And then we realized that there is no chance that we are going to get all this thing opened up in next 4 or 5 months at least. And now we are in 1.5 year crossed, and we are still under kind of a special type of a type 5 lockdown. So when that thing was happening in beginning, I decided, why don't we, as my team, Mandeshi, and we work with the immigrants, we decided to give them food. As the entire country, a lot of people were doing that, right? Giving them rations and food, all those things we're providing to the underprivileged communities. Now, when we are doing that, we also realized, what if the COVID comes into our district? I'm talking about 1.5 years ago in March and April. So are our government hospitals, are they capable of handling something like this? And we had no clue about how the COVID reacts, how it affects your lungs, nothing. So we decided to give PPE kits and N95 masks. So in that time, you know how in India also rates go crazy. I remember in March, the PPE kit cost was about 1,300 to 1,200 rupees each. Now that has come down to almost 100 rupees. So you can see the rate from 1,300 rupees to 100 rupees. So we provided about 10,000 PPE kits to the government, of district government. And of course, we had funders who were giving us that funding to provide all those things, sanitizer, N95 masks. Then from there onwards, we decided, why don't we also do rapid tests? When it actually hit my region, we decided to do rapid tests of the people. So in the beginning, we did 5,000 rapid tests, and people were scared. People, you know, like including my family members, my distant relatives, everyone was scared because they didn't know how it's going to react. They would have no clue about how do we even have a hospital. So when that moment came that we found a couple of COVID patients in my district, that's where we decided that my region doesn't have a COVID hospital. It doesn't have a CT scan machine. It doesn't have an MD doctor. So if those things are not available, how are we going to go to Pune for 4 hours away and probably stand in a queue to get admitted in the hospital? That's not option. So I had a meeting with the district collector, and I said, okay, I can raise a fund and let's figure out how can we open a hospital. So we decided to use 40-year-old hospital, which was closed down. And we literally found snakes in that hospital when we were cleaning up. We decided to use that hospital and clean everything, do waterproofing. There are no toilets, to install toilet. We did public-private partnership model, which is not many organizations have done it, because it's really tough, right? For me also, I did not understand how this hospital is going to run. Had no clue. How am I going to get medical MD doctors on the board in the remotest places of Maharashtra? Because we have a nomadic tribal population. How are we going to get all the doctors from Pune and Mumbai to come and work here? And we were able to actually get doctors from there and also get nurses from Kerala at the end of it. But of course, the great part was the district collector was very much cooperative. So there was a good part from the government side. So they provided us the facility. We built the toilets to waterproofing to everything. And then we installed ICU beds. We installed general ward. We did oxygen concentrators, everything, oxygen pipelines and everything. And that time, the district collector and we thought that why don't we put an oxygen plant in this? I'm talking about in October, November. And this was an idea. A lot of people said, even funders said, do we actually need it? And this was not studied. So we didn't study about this. We thought, what in case if things go really bad, then we need to have oxygen plant of our own. So we were able to put oxygen plant, which gives about 45 jumbo cylinders per day. And the hospital which we're running has 50 beds. So it was good enough for our hospital that we were able to provide those oxygen cylinder for our hospitals. Now the hospital started, and the real challenge came in this year, March and April. That's where even after putting up this government free of cost hospital, we are providing food. And we also made sure that in COVID, a lot of people lose their tongue taste, right? When that happens, then you need to have a good quality food. You need to have oranges, you need to have apples, you need to have dates. So you are healthy, you're taking proteins as well at the same time. So we also concentrated more on food. We were able to get doctors, MD doctors, nurses from across and pay them, because of course the government is not going to pay MD doctor what the real salary would be. So I was able to, 50% of HR were taken care of the government and 50% of the HR Mandeshi took care of it. On the same time, we had all these ventilators, defibrillators, CT scan machine, we installed that one as well. So why CT scan? Why pathology lab? So we did a contract with government that is not going to be only for pandemic. If we will work, if you put this hospital even beyond pandemic, if you give the orders to doctors to be in the hospital, even when the pandemic is over. So then that can be used. So CT scan can be used for HR CT scans and maybe brain accidental, a lot of different things. And the second, the pathology lab is simple thing, lab reports, right? People don't have to go 50 kilometers by buses, and COVID, you don't even have buses. So how, I never understood this whole part, that how are the government or how we do expect our people to travel who do not have a car, who do not have a vehicle. If they get COVID, how do they travel 60, 70 kilometers to get to the hospital when you don't even have a ambulance? So keeping that in mind, we decided now we are anyways starting a hospital, let's do diagnostic center. So now we have a diagnostic center as well. And this is not with the government, this is our own. Only the hospital is with the government, with the partnership. And that also only HR and the facility is there, equipment, half of the HR and half of the HR Mandeshi pays for it. So that's where we learned that, we don't have, at least I'm talking about my state. I don't know about other states because this is just my observation from my side, that it's not that our healthcare is failed. I feel like we don't even have healthcare. If those things are not publicly been able to use for normal population, how it's possible. And some things, even some people do have money, but there's no accessibility. Like some of the village people do have money, but they don't have HR, CT or MRI scanning centers. So that is very crucial and important. That's where a person like me who was an athlete, now thinking about healthcare is our priority, because I've seen a lot of our nurses passed away. The driver who was driving me, I would go in the hospital every single day. The driver who was driving me, unfortunately, he also passed away. So there's so many people around me. And then those people in the rural villages, they have very small dreams. Dreams could be of getting their daughter educated. Dreams could be of just flying first time in the plane. Dreams could be of seeing, there's so many women who have not even been able to see the beaches So their dreams, they had those dreams, and they unfortunately they had to, some of them who passed away in the hospital. So there are every day 5-7 deaths happening. So they would share those things with you. And that is a lot of pain and a lot of grief you face through. So that's where I realized that healthcare is one of the top priorities. And coming back to what Madhur ma'am also said, that women really suffered with employment because a lot of our daily wage doing jobs. We work with a lot of women businesses. We have a business school, we have a chamber of commerce where we support women to have access and control over their finances. They can be independent, so they can make their own choices, make their own decisions. Same thing, the sports program we have is for everything similar. Have access and control over finance. I have athletes representing for Asia. I have athletes gone for Junior Olympics, and these are all tribal athletes. Some of the girls who represent for India, but when they come back, they do cleaning of their dishes in the house, they cook food, they go in the farm. So I always feel that they're ordinary girls who are doing extraordinary jobs. And I also feel that they are like a superwoman. Because if I had been on the national level games, I was a professional athlete. And even me, myself, I would never do those things because I always feel so much proud. But these women, they have to do it, even in spite of being in the top level. So they have been suffered a lot. The girls I know, over 30 of them got married in COVID. They would have not been able to get married. I mean, they would have not been married just because they're home. They lost the sports. They have contact with sports. College is done because it's online, and most of the villages, government colleges and government schools are not online because they don't have the cell phones. They don't have this infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and even capacity of Wi-Fi networks. So now those girls are not able to go to school. They're not doing any sports. When they see their parents every single day, of course, their parents are wage laborers. Where are they going to get the money from? So I know personally 30 of them who got married who are in our sports program, age of 18, 19, 17. So I feel that is a big loss. Education has been a huge loss. Sports athletes, some of my athletes were in the Asian Games, who were in Junior Olympics. Now they have lost the sports for 2 years. Some of the athletes like Reshma, who used to be a buffalo herder, fifth daughter in the family, runs marathons. She won Pune International Marathon. She won Virginia State Championship in the US, in France, in different places. Now the same girl who earns about 35,000 rupees per month is earning zero for the last 2 years. So that is a big impact. I'm just giving you an example of athletes, but of course, a lot of daily wage labor women, and women are suffered a lot in this, especially some of the girls who ended up getting married. So I feel like that is very, very important. Healthcare should be always a priority. Education is affecting a lot with COVID. And every single of us, we need to think about what we can contribute and how we can build structure. So going forward, actually, we are doing a partnership with Georgetown University and then some of the funders from the US. And we are thinking about opening a charitable hospital. Apart from that, we are doing this study with Georgetown on public-private partnership, where how public-private partnership hospital can be built, and not just in Maharashtra, but it can be built in Gujarat. It can be built in countries like India, like Ghana, Nigeria. You can see the difference in my public-private hospital, a partnership hospital. We had people coming in from Solapur district, even different district, because they knew this hospital is really good. So if you really pay attention, if you really work hard, and if this can be curable, we can really do this very well. So yeah, I mean, this is just my experience of COVID, and love to hear from all of you.
Thank you. Thank you for also bringing the spotlight on rural sports and especially girls in sports in rural India. Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing that spotlight there. Now, Asha ma'am, we would like to hear from you. As I mentioned at the beginning, Asha ma'am and her team has been a pillar of support to all of us in the crisis. Ma'am and her team are handling series of challenges. One of it is implementing government COVID guidelines and protocols to an educational institution, university of our scale, where we have 20,000 odd students. So we would like to hear from you the kind of challenges of, there are new guidelines almost every other day. There are revisions, there are expert views on whether students should come, not come, or what kind of protocols. So how you and your team are handling this challenge? Especially, it's also a model for other educational institutions. So we would like to know how your team is handling this challenge of implementing a guideline for an educational institution, especially for handling pandemic.
Thanks for having me. Yes, we did have our unique set of challenges when news of the pandemic started, but we started acting in as early as Feb 2000. But some of the challenges, if I could say, one was the massive flow of unprecedented and varied information. We had facts, we had myths, we had social media was just piling onto us, and along with that, there was uncertainty and fear of the unknown, because the disease itself was in its nascent stages, so to speak. We were studying the disease, studying the effects, and so on. And in that sort of respect, we did have a lot of our student population, having anxiety-related symptoms and so on, which we I'll tell you in a bit how we dealt with that. The other challenge that we faced was to encourage and inculcate as COVID-appropriate behavior, and to sustain that amongst the youth was particularly challenging, because they're very physical in that age group, and maintaining COVID-appropriate behavior was quite a challenge. The other thing was dealing with the skepticism and dealing with the infodemic. There were a lot of disbelievers. There were a lot of mask rubbishers and things like that. So that was another thing. That was another challenge. Also, like you mentioned, new and developing information, we had to keep abreast of it, and guidelines would keep changing, and we had to just stay with it at any given point. And if you would ask me, our challenge now is to see how we could go ahead and prevent the third wave. So there again, we have a fresh set of challenges that we need to sort of look out for. What we did in our Christ University COVID pandemic response was, we put it down, and we said we need to create awareness and promote COVID appropriate behavior. The second thing we needed to do was provide assurance and avoid panic within the student community, within the staff community. The third thing, and very importantly, we had to formulate and instate our own set of protocols for the university. And we had also instated a protocol monitoring team to see that those were being followed. So it wasn't just there on paper. We had to see that they were implemented, and that's so we set up a team to see that those protocols were implemented. The other part of the response was to look at vaccination drives and to actively promote COVID vaccination drives, because until each of us is safe, nobody is safe. So the idea was that everybody should get vaccinated at the end of it. We also provided additional support, and that's where my team, the Center for Counseling and Health Services, really stepped up its game. And in addition to that, the university took part in a lot of outreach programs. If I could just tell you briefly how, since this is related to how we used media, we used a lot of social media, Facebook, WhatsApp, to reach out to our students in as early as Feb 2020. We also started something called the Christite Vibes, which the Center for Counseling and Health Services gave out nuggets of information every week. So every Monday, if the student opened his or her email, she would get a message about the pandemic, some sort of information about panic attacks, about mental health, and so on. So that was the Christite Vibes campaign, which we started back in the beginning of the pandemic, and it continues till today. Every week, a letter goes out from our department. And our department is a group of about 12 counselors, a medical officer, and we have about 5 nurses on campus, just to give you a little background. We also did extensive poster campaigns. So there are posters everywhere, beautiful, colorful posters everywhere, to sort of, again, promote COVID appropriate behavior. And we had, instated signages and in lifts and so on. We had 2 extensive documents, which I'd like to just talk about. One was the SOP for the prevention of COVID-19, and the other one was comprehensive guidelines for campus instruction. So we started preparing for when the students came back after the first lockdown. And that was very important, because it was the sort of the run up to the second wave. And it got very tricky there because so we had to have these protocols in place. And these 2 documents, they're up on the website, they're very exhaustive. And they have guidelines for each department, the facilities department, the security personnel, the staff on ground, the housekeeping staff, as to how, when, where, the whole thing. It's quite exhaustive. And so we were able to keep the campus more or less safe due to these action plans that we put together. For example, if a case was reported, students would evacuate immediately. The security personnel would come in, seal the classroom, fumigate, and seal for 48 hours. We did extensive contact tracing, and those were also documented. And then the health center would follow up these cases until such time as the student or whoever it was became negative. So we would do that as well. Like I said, there was a protocol monitoring team to see that these protocols were sort of followed, that there were no defaulters and so on. And this team had people from everywhere. We had faculty, we had staff, we had students, and we had student council representatives and NCC cadets, because we went under the premise that they were peer influencers, and therefore it was important that they be on our monitoring team, and they did an absolute fantastic job of it. The CCHS, my department, the Department for Center for Counseling and Health Services, we did a lot of online programs which were health related, mental health related and COVID related programs. We even did gatekeepers training on suicide prevention, mental health, staying safe during the pandemic, looking after your health, your mental health in the pandemic, watching for the second wave. A lot of COVID related online seminars and webinars we've done. So that was another way to see that the right information was going out at the right time. That was one way to combat all the negative or the false propaganda, so to speak. The other thing we did was provide additional support. Our counselors were able to give one-on-one personal counseling to any student who asked for it. Our phone numbers were given out, and one-on-one counseling was given. Medical consultation and treatment, we were able to manage. I was able to manage quite a few patients who were fit for home stay. Yeah, and we had nurses following them up and until such time as they became negative. In terms of providing material help, the university was very generous in providing laptops and tabs to anybody who asked for it. Fee waivers, paying of medical bills, recharging of mobiles, all these were services offered through the Center for Counseling and Health Services. Quickly about our vaccination drives, we've done about 5 vaccination drives since about April. That's on an average 1 vaccination drive a month. We've vaccinated so far over 2,000 students and staff, but we've got a long way to go. And we're not going to stop until every single one is vaccinated. We also did a couple of outreach programs, as in packaged meals for the marginalized, the hospitalized, packaged refreshments for frontline workers at hospitals, providing financial aid to medical institutions. We did a blood donation drive during the lockdown. And we tried to time it such that, because once the student was vaccinated, he couldn't give blood for a month. So we had to sort of, time it appropriately and so on. Well, yeah, that's about the gist of, I had so much to say and I'm trying to condense it all, but that's about our COVID-19 response.
Thank you, Asha ma'am. It also tells us how prepared is the campus for the students to come in. Thank you so much. It's indeed, I'm definitely builds in confidence. So quickly, I have one question to Shailaja teacher, and then we have list of questions coming in from our audience, and I'll start taking each those questions. But first to Shailaja teacher, one question. What learning from the series of disasters that have been handled, whether it is man-made or natural or virus or whatever, the policy interventions that you would like to suggest, because you have been talking about public health, how important to improve our public health, but what is the policy intervention that you would like to suggest to the state as well as to the center government
because you have worked closely, and the state model has been appreciated. And so over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're muted. Ma'am, you're muted.
It's okay now?
Yes.
Yes. It's a very important question, I think so. Because without changing the policy, all the countries throughout the world, we cannot the problems of this pandemic or natural calamities, etc. They are coming one by one. Definitely they will come because the viruses are there in the universe. They are living with the human population. They are living with us. And sometimes they become irritated and sometimes they become dangerous. Otherwise, they are living with us calmly. And the other hurricanes, everything will come, climate and other things. And we should have what is the solution of these problems and how we can change the number of lives. The most important thing is to save the lives of human beings. That is the most important part. And how can we save the lives? And we should have to work hard and we should have to invest for that. Especially when I am dealing, always I am expressing this idea that our central government and state government should invest more money in public health system. The pandemic is a litmus test to the governance system throughout the world. Wherever the investment in public sector is high, there you can see that we can tackle the problem or we can save more lives by providing them proper treatment and proper hospitalization and proper oxygen supply, everything. But wherever we are not implementing the public health system and invest in the public health sector, there we find the difficulties. Thousands and thousands of people died without getting oxygen or without getting even a single medicine or any kind of consideration. They died without any help. And in our country, India, I think the central government is investing only 1% of the GDP in health sector. That is too low. That is not sufficient. 1% of GDP in health sector. And we should have to invest more than 10% of GDP. Some countries are investing more than 20% of their GDP, gross domestic product, in health sector. But investing in health sector is not only the thing. We should have to utilize and we should have to plan with that money for the health of the poor people. All the people should get a share of the health assistance, or all the people should get quality treatment and also the affordable treatment. Our slogan is that in Kerala, we tried to give free treatment to all the people during the pandemic season. All the other time, any time, we are giving affordable treatment to the poor people. Last 5 years, when I was health minister in Kerala, our government declared some special plans for the poor people, and we announced an insurance program for the in health sector known as Karunya Arogya Suraksha Paddhati, through which we are giving health assistance, free assistance to 42 lakhs of Keralites. And we are now aiming to give 50% Keralite free treatment for any disease and any season. And during the pandemic season, we gave complete free treatment for more than 80% of the population. And we improved the health sector also. But we cannot improve the health sector with the money shared by the central government, because we are getting only the percentage from the 1% of the GDP. That is not sufficient. In Kerala, last 5 years, we adopted another method that, I think you all heard about the KIFBI, Kerala Infrastructure Investment Fund Board. That is a loan from some agencies, soft loan, and we distributed that amount to health sector, education sector, etc. And in health sector, we got more than 3,000 crores of rupees to improve infrastructure and also to more modern equipments in hospitals, and that helped us very much. And we improved the whole government hospitals, and we have very good modular operation theaters and very good isolation wards, and also very good wards for the treatment. And we improved the gynec department also, and that will have to give that money back. The government should give more share to improve. Plus, in some area, that is the in the gynec section or in the women and children health system, they some for improving the theatre or improving the labor ward, etc. The Lakshya project, Lakshya quality. That is a very good program, and we implemented that in Kerala also. But that is not enough. And during the pandemic or any disasters like this, we have the people. In Kerala, our Chief Minister announced the 20,000 crores package during the COVID season. When the COVID occurred here in 2020, we announced, I think January, it is true that January 30th, the first case was reported here. And January, 2020, March, April, we declared the 20,000 crores package to the poor people. We were supplying the cooked food through the community kitchen to the patients and also the bystanders in the hospital. And we were also providing food kits to all the families without the discrimination of rich or poor in the lockdown season, lockdown days. We provided or we supplied the food kit to all families in Kerala, and we provide non-communicable disease medicine for blood pressure and diabetes and that kind of diseases. We supplied medicine free of cost in the doorsteps. Our ASHA workers and our Anganwadi workers supplied the medicine for the old ages and for the needy people. And we were able to control the diabetes and hypertension, etc. during the pandemic season. And that also reveals that we should get more money and more consideration to the public health system. That is the policy. That should be the policy. The other thing is the participation, that we should have to participate each and every stakeholders in this work. And in Kerala, we arranged a joint work, a collective work to tackle the problem. Each and every department, not only health department, but police, revenue, and food supply, every department worked hand in hand. And everyone have their own responsibilities. And we examined the responsibilities properly. Each and every day we have meetings and evaluated the work rendered to the departments. That is and the other thing is the decentralized planning. And we cannot do anything from the center. We can plan things from centralized planning is the better thing. But the implementation, we should have to decentralize the implementation policy. And with the help of this local self-government, each and every wards, with the help of volunteers and field workers, we should have to implement our policy. For example, in the mental health sector, we have 3,000 mental health volunteers or counselors, and that is not sufficient. But we entrusted the work to the ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, etc. We trained them properly, and each and every houses, the Anganwadi workers called all the people who were resting or who were taking rest or who were quarantined in their home, and they called them and they consoled them and they asked them whether they have anything they want to have, and we supplied them there. And that kind of consideration is also a very that is the need of the time. And that kind of policy we should have to include in this action plan. And the most important thing is the people-centered method. We should make awareness, and we should collect the capacity of all the people, and we called for a COVID brigade. Thousands of young people registered in that COVID brigade, and they worked as volunteers for the COVID work. Someone worked in the community kitchen, someone worked to visit the home as escorts, and the doctors and nurses who have the certificate of doctors and nurses, they worked in the COVID first line treatment center, COVID second line treatment center, and domiciliary care centers. They worked hard without getting any salary. They worked hard. And the participation of the people, that is the most important thing during the disasters and the calamities and the hardships. That is the important thing. Is we should have to invest in public system. Then only we can build up the public health or public school or public education system or anything. We should have to build up. And that will help us during the hardship days. And that is our policy in Kerala. And central government should adopt more people-centered policy in future. And the world itself should adopt this kind of policies.
Thank you, ma'am. There's one question from our audience to you. So I'll just read out that question. And I'm sure the comparison, from comparison of how you handled COVID and how the current minister would be handling COVID, I'm sure that is bound to happen with the kind of popularity you had. So the question is, do you think the current situation in Kerala could have been prevented taking the right measures as you did during the first wave? So I'm sure you would have come across a series of such questions. I'm sure media is also talking about it. And also another question, that having so much of information from the first and the second wave, the third wave should be less scary. What do you think about it? These are two questions from us, from Samhita and Leander Lingam. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, the new minister is also working hard. When I came to office, or when I became health minister, I was newcomer at that time. We should have to study the situation, and we should have to act properly. That is the thing. And she's also studying, and I think she can also work as much as me. And during the first wave, we can contain the virus in proper time. And it is through the collective work. I have a very good team with me, and that team worked hard. I always saying that the real heroes are behind the curtain. That they are the healthcare workers. Without the help or without the hard work of the healthcare workers, we cannot achieve anything during a pandemic season or any health problems. And the new minister and the government is also working hard to tackle the problem current days. And the question about the third wave, I think there is no waves described in any health science or in literature of health about the waves. But we are saying it is a wave because all the pandemics shows a curve that sometimes it will peak and sometimes it will diminish. And we can say it is a peak. And in that sense, the first wave occurred during 2020, that is October, November, etc. And we can slow down the peak by scientific methods, and it flattened. And again, it peaked. All the people said that the first wave, it will go up to more than 20,000 to 40,000 cases per day. But we worked hard and we decreased the number, and it peaked to 11,000 per day, 1 or 2 days. And then it diminished and it flattened and it go below 500 per day. The second wave during this season after the election, I think there is a Delta variant also, it occurred. The COVID-19 virus, SARS coronavirus 2, is showing the genetic variations occasionally. And now a Delta variant is here, and it is more spreading type, and its incubation period is also too low. I think 4 or 5 days. The other case, 14 days is the incubation period. Now it become 4 or 5 days. Scientists are saying like that. And the infection become greater. And we should have to act according to that. And we are working here, our government and our health minister and chief minister, everyone were working on that. And I hope they can slow down the curve or flatten the curve this time also. They are working hard. And the last question, what is the last question?
Thank you, ma'am. You answered all the questions. Thank you. So
okay, thank you.
Okay, over to Madhur, ma'am. Madhur, ma'am, you have a question. How pertinent is data? This is by Sohini Banerjee, and the question is, how pertinent is data becoming in a pandemic of state-sponsored misinformation and propaganda that is affecting people's life in all aspects?
Okay, great. I'm not sure I agree entirely with this state-sponsored nature of the allegation, but I will answer to how important data has been in reporting this pandemic. I would say it's been all important. What data has been available has been extremely important. What has not been available has also been very, very important. And why do we need data or information, correct information, especially in the pandemic situation? We need it for people to be able to make the right decisions, for you and me as citizens to be able to decide for ourselves. Shall I get a vaccine for myself? Shall I send my child to school? These questions can be answered much better when we have the correct data and correct information to base our decisions on. Data is also critical for fighting misinformation. When the facts are, when the numbers tell you that vaccination works, and you know that the risks of maybe falling sick due to vaccination are dwarfed when you see the benefits of getting vaccinated, you can counter vaccine hesitancy. You need data and correct information to also build trust. Only when the government is communicating correctly, appropriately, in a timely fashion, for instance, do citizens trust the government to take the right decisions for them. Which vaccines should be made available, when, where, to how many people, at what cost? Should people get vaccinated? Again, is a really big question in many people's minds. What should the public health facilities be spending on? Should it be oxygen facilities or ventilators or beds or at-home care? So all of these decisions can be taken when correct data are available and correct information is available. So I would say data is extremely important. Withholding of data also becomes very important, but that's a separate question, conversation, and I keep my answer. I rest my answer here.
Okay, one more question, Madhur. Just one more question from Rishabh Jaswal. Do you think that digital media is better suited to cover news related to COVID pandemic rather than print and broadcast?
Yes and no. Okay, I can speak from experience. What has worked in our favor, especially during this pandemic, is that we've been able to react with alacrity. We've been able to react very quickly as news has been breaking. So you don't have to wait until the next day's newspaper to get the news out, get your stories out. Also, production times for text-based online publication are much more compressed compared to, let's say, TV production. So it's possible to get stories out very quickly. It's also possible to do long form without breaking, the 600 word or 300 word or 800 word space on the page. So that helps as well. And our forte at IndiaSpend and our focus at IndiaSpend is on long form journalism. Deeply reported, richly reported stories that are told in the number of words that it takes to tell that story effectively and to the best of our abilities. Yes, that's how I would answer this. It's been a really big plus for us at IndiaSpend.
Thank you. And my next question is for Mr. Prabhat. This is by, the question is from Janvi. Your work sounds very impressive. How did you and the people working with you deal with the setbacks? So this is the question to Mr. Prabhat.
Can I hear this question again?
Your work, this is from Janvi, and a question is, your work sounds very impressive. How did you and the people working with you deal with the setbacks?
Yeah, setbacks are very tough. So to be honest, when I had lost a couple of people whom I knew, like from nurses, doctors, and not doctor, but nurses and ambulance drivers and everything, and also people who I didn't know, like I was just saying, the people who are a part of people who are part of our program, or people who are just there as the patients. Right? I didn't know them individually, but things they shared with you, things just that you see the 30-year-old dying, you see 25-year-old. So that's really pain. And I had a tough time dealing with it. I didn't realize then, but after now, it's like last month I had to go and do a Ayurveda therapy for myself, to be honest, because and I was in Kerala to do this therapy and everything, because I think it was really, really tough for me to go through that, which I didn't realize then. But after 4 or 5 months, I realized that it's a lot of grief you are carrying with you. And when you see all those horrible stories, and then when you see it in your front of you, where you have 2 members in the family is passing away and all these things. So that was very tough. So that set back every one of us. But in our organization, everybody's there for you. So when something happens to, we have about 200 people in the organization. If something happens to 199 number person, I'll be there for them. So there for you, being there for each other is the only key which we always kept with ourselves.
So there's another follow-up question to this, and this is from Leander Lingam. With all the work you have done, Mr. Prabhat, I wanted to know, what support did you get from the world of journalism? So Leander Lingam wants to know, did you get support from media for the kind of work you have been doing, or what kind of support you got from?
Yeah. So of course. So, so there was an article was written by World Economic Forum on it. Then there was support from, of course, some support from the district government. It was really good because district collector was a friend of mine, and it happened to be, we went to similar school together when we were in the US. So things were like, fortunately, it played out to be very well. And then also support from domestic media as well, support from the local media. So it was there because, a lot of people who, especially the domestic media, right? Their relatives were admitted into this hospital. So they knew the quality, and, all our numbers were there. So if any patient has any problem, I'll give an example. There was a problem of hot water, which somehow for 3-4 days it was not working, drinkable hot water. So the patient called me directly, and it's good. So we know that, okay, so we make sure that it get installed. I think that's the good part about PPP model, public-private partnership, because we have proved it, and we are doing a launching of a policy level submission to the state government, that how the PPP model can be workable, how CSR corporates can be, because everybody's scared to put direct or start something directly with the government, because they don't know what the consequences will be. And we were also scared, but I think the pandemic didn't make us think a lot. We just had to do it. There was no other option. Okay. So we are doing those PPP model studies with Georgetown, and we are submitting in November to the state government. So that can be a role model to anyone else across India who wants to start it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prabhat. Asha ma'am, there's one question. I'm sure this question is from, I'm sure you would have heard this question before. For college students above 18 years, is it really safe to reopen colleges with students coming in from various states and not vaccinated properly? Will it worsen the current situation, or is it smart to move to continue with online classes? I'm sure such queries you receive on a regular basis, more so now when we are planning for an offline mode. So,
well, this query is very pertinent given what we went through in the second wave. Fortunately, the university has left it open to you to make individual decisions. So we have what we call the hybrid system, where you have online classes and you are free to come into campus as you wish. So really, it's up to the individual, and you have that option. I know that, my son is in school and he may not have the option. He's in the 10th standard. He might have to go in anyway. And, something like that is worrying. But for Christ University, there's no such problem, in the sense that you do have the option. Other than that, I would just like to say that I think one vaccine, if you're covered by one vaccine, although you are not very much protected, you're about 36-37% protected. If you do get COVID, the chances of hospitalization and mortality are very, very low if you've had even a single dose of vaccine, although the rate of infection can be quite high. Post-infection, the danger of going into a serious illness is very, very low. So, and also, if you follow the appropriate COVID behavior, in the sense that if you use your mask and keep social distancing, it should be absolutely fine. People like me are going to work. A lot of staff are coming into work. We're extremely careful. What I found with students is that they drop their guard. And, so even double vaccinated people like you, like me, are extremely careful. I still wear my N95 to work and so on. So a lot depends on social behavior more than vaccination.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, let's wind up our panel discussion. It's been a great evening. Thank you, each of the panel members, for taking your time out and sharing a very, very important insight to the topic that we have been discussing. Thank you, each of you. Thank you. Over to you, Aparna. Over to you.
Firstly, I would like to thank all the panelists and the moderator for providing us with this vast knowledge about how different industries handle the pandemic. Shailaja teacher's dialogue about how Kerala's healthcare system battled different viruses like corona and Nipah virus set the tone for the talk. Then Ms. Madhur Singh's inputs about how journalists dealt with the pandemic, not just dealt with it personally, but also facilitating dissemination of factually right information while simultaneously dealing with it personally, helped us understand the pandemic from the viewpoints of both media and the medical industry. This allowed Prabhat Sinha's views on how the pandemic affected different rural parts of India, and more specifically women from such rural areas, brought to us a point of view that is sparsely heard. Dr. Asha's sharing of how education institutions handle the pandemic perfectly concluded this session, leaving us with information about multiple industries and how the pandemic affected them. I would like to end with something Shailaja teacher said. Work hard, work collectively, and work with enthusiasm. We are still in the middle of a pandemic, and all of us play an important role in controlling this pandemic. I thank all the panelists, the moderator, Dr. Nirmala, and Dr. Alex, for equipping us with this niche knowledge about how different industries are affected by the pandemic. Thank you, Nirmala ma'am, and we wish you a happy birthday once again. I'm sure this session has helped refocus all our perspectives about the pandemic. At this moment, I would like to thank all our panelists and all our moderators for the day who have helped in making day one of Media Meet a grand success. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Christ Management for their constant support in making Media Meet what it is today. I really hope all of you enjoyed this, and keep in mind that this is just the first day. Tomorrow, we come back for day 2 of Media Meet with more sessions that will be equally engaging and enriching. Some of the sessions that we have planned for tomorrow include a panel titled Rights of the Home Screen, Cinema and the OTT, where we will get to hear about how cinema has adopted to different OTT platforms. Joining us will be screenwriter Mr. John Edathatil, filmmaker Mr. Chaitanya, and Dr. Sapna from School of Law, Christ. This session will be moderated by Vivek Mysore, a film critic with Deccan Herald. Other sessions for tomorrow include a panel on fake news versus factual news, need for accurate, fact-based and comprehensive journalism, our second plenary talk on media research and media crisis, and another plenary talk titled Music in the Midst of a Crisis. Over to you, Rishabh.
So yes, as Aparna has told you already, do not forget to tune in at 10 a.m. tomorrow for day 2 of Media Meet 2021, an initiative by Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore. Our academic collaborators for this year are Florida State University College of Communication and Information and the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance. You can also follow us on all our social media platforms and keep track of the different sessions that are yet to come. Thank you so much. This is Rishabh Shaju
and Aparna Rajesh
signing off
for
from
today.
day one. Take care, stay safe. See you tomorrow for day 2 of Media Meet 2021. Before we go, we have a small trailer to show you what we have in store tomorrow for day 2.
Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a king. Wait, no. There lived a queen. Oh, she was powerful and did all she could for her people. Sadly, the land suffered one problem after another. First came a drought that stole all water from the soil and all food from people's mouths. Then, in cruel irony, came a flood that ravaged homes and stole lives. A few months passed, and time brought with it an infection that spread through the village like wildfire. Each time something threatened her people, she stepped forward, fierce as a lioness to defend them. You see, our queen had a magical power.
Stop! Queen, kingdom, power.
Who's going to watch all this?
I don't like this. I don't want to waste my time.
Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a queen. You see, the queen had a magic pearl in her hands.
Good morning and welcome to C News. This is Dia and these are the headlines.
Thank you so much, everyone, once again. We will begin our session tomorrow with the keynote address by journalist Shashi Kumar. See you, take care, and stay safe. Have a wonderful evening.